All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. I think we're just doing a head count quickly, so give us just a second here. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and get us started so we can do the roll call. Okay, so it's, let's see here. Do we want to grab, are you able to just holler into the hallway? Supervisor Alejo, you have your hand up. Did you need technical assistance?
No, I just wanted to make sure because I was having problems at home on my computers. Thank you.
Good. We've got you loud and clear. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, we are going to go ahead and call to order the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. It is 9 a.m. on Tuesday, October 5th, 2021. Could we get a roll call from the clerk, please?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Alejo and Lopez appearing via video conference and Supervisors Root Askew, Phillips, and Adams appearing in person.
Are there any additions or corrections for our closed session Water Resources Agency meeting this morning?
There are none today, Chair.
All right. We have item number 1A for closed session for Water Resources Agency. Right now I'll call for public comments on the Water Resource Agency closed session item. Is there any public comment on the Water Resource Agency closed session item? Okay, seeing none, we'll close public comment and the board will recess for closed session agenda items. But before we do that, we will call to order the Monterey County Board of Supervisors with a roll call from the clerk, please.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Alejo and Lopez appearing via video conference and Supervisors Root Askew, Phillips, and Adams appearing in person.
Is there any changes? Are there any changes to the closed session agenda this morning?
Not today, Chair.
All right, keeping it easy for us. We do have closed session items number 1A through C on today's Board of Supervisors closed session agenda. And at this point, we would like to welcome public comments for closed session items. We'll start with the chambers, and we have 1:30 on the clock. And I just always ask that everyone, you approach the dais here to the microphone. And I prefer not to interrupt people. So if you could just watch the clock, I would be so grateful. Thank you for joining us today. And pull the microphone down so that we can hear you. Perfect. Yep.
Good morning. I wanted to start with, didn't have a very good night last night after we got another rumor that there's going to be a sweep in 2 weeks where we're at right now. And then we have to join up a parking program that only allows us to be there from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. It's stressed me out. I couldn't sleep. I hope you guys realize that this is not a solution because it's going to get a lot worse, especially people that are now about to either leave their job or lose their job and don't have no place to go, get evicted. I just want to know, where is all the resources going that's supposed to be for us? Because you need to put it to work now, because it's going to get a lot worse. It's not just us that are already homeless, but those that are on their way to become homeless. And that's what kept me up until 4:30. And this is all happening right around the holiday time. Like, we need to be kicked down around the holiday time to be threatened to be swept in 2 weeks, or be part of a program that we are obviously cannot accommodate with. At 7 a.m. when we leave, where are we going to go? Can't park anywhere legally. We're going to get chased. And what am I going to do for my medicine if I can't run my generator during the day for my medicine? Thank you.
Excuse me. Could I just ask a quick question? Can you just tell me where you are now, what location you're referring to?
We are at the parking lot of Wendy's office.
Got it. Okay, that's fine. Thank you for letting me know.
Yes.
Thank you for your comments here this morning.
Morning, Wes White, Salinas, Monterey County Homeless Union. On behalf of that one, what are we really doing? What are we spending our money on? Because it seems like, your service is in the public, but you're not serving the public. We got a notice here the other Friday up in Pajaro River saying that they're going to get evicted on 9/24 at 8 a.m. And the trauma the trauma it's inflicting right now. Are we supposed to be helping people, or is that just sales pitch? Because what we're spending money on is getting rid of people. We know that there's nowhere RVs can go along the peninsula or in the valley. So we're looking at destroying affordable housing. These are folks' homes. This is the only way they're surviving right now. And if you may as well just give all that coalition money back and just admit that you're murderers. Because that's what's going to happen. People are going to die this winter, especially the way we're doing it. And if we can't get it right with the county, we're definitely not going to get it right with the city. We just drove by. The city's going to sweep. They're already taking people's property without even a notice. There's so much wrong in what's happening every day. And now you're only giving me a minute and a half instead of 3 minutes. What happened to 3 minutes? Y'all do pat yourselves on the back all day long. Get to work, man, and start actually making better decisions, because these decisions are killing people. You need to stop the sweeps. That needs to be first and foremost. We need to break this cycle. This is like the honeymoon effect of abuse, and it needs to stop. Please stop the sweeps.
Thank you for your comments today. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rita Acosta. I just want to say, I hear you guys saying you guys are trying, everybody's trying to make the best decisions for the people and everything, but it doesn't really seem as if, because people are still getting swept. Their property is getting taken and they're left with nothing. It's hard enough to start when you've already lost so much. It takes a toll on people, and, people are hurting each other themselves because there's not nowhere to go, and two, yeah, they have the shelters that they opened up and everything, but they only help 100 people. There's lots of people out here. And two, they're saying if we don't fill up all the programs in the shelters, then you need to go someplace else. Someplace else is, I don't know where that is. And two, you can't have people go to a place where a bunch of sex offenders are. Women can't stay there. And that's what's open, so they're not giving beds out. That's really shameful. You want us to be mixed with people that could violate us, but you're not gonna get a room until those beds are full. Doesn't make no sense. Makes no sense at all. We need more places for people to be. We need permanent housing, low income housing, affordable housing. Everybody says they're about permanent housing, but spend millions and millions of dollars on shelters. Makes no sense. Please stop the sweeps. People are dying. We depend on you guys to make the right decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment in the audience today? Yeah, thank you.
Hello, I'm David Rosen. I'm the Vice President for the Monterey County Chapter for SEIU, representing 3,200 employees. Over the last year, we've been talking with each of you individually, as well as making comments about the staffing crisis that we're having in the county. The fact is that recently I came up with a perfect analogy for this. I thought of this as, the fact is that we have a fracture. When you have a fracture in your body, the entire system is weakened. The body is constantly trying to address around the fracture and compensate. But ultimately, if you don't directly address the fracture, the body will continue to become weaker, and the problems will flare up in different parts of the body, and making the entire system compromised. In this county, the fact is the fracture is our staffing crisis. We're having issues with retention and recruitment. The good news, though, is that you can fix the problem. If you don't directly address the fracture, the problems will continue to compound and just worsen. We are losing great people, but we can fix this. There's really easy ways of doing that. Offer better compensation, protect our excellent benefits, including most especially healthcare, and retain our workers by treating them with dignity and respect. Demand our management stop bullying and harassment. We right now can fix this fracture and begin the healing process, but we need your help. So we have a proposal that's going to be suggested to you in closed session. We really urge you to consider it because it is a very fair proposal to avert a strike. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dee Guerrero, and I'm an eligibility supervisor for the Department of Social Services. I'm also president of SEIU 521, representing these wonderful, hardworking people here. During the pandemic, our entire membership stepped up to work the front lines to ensure this county thrived. That's because we care about this county. And rather than thank us, we are presented with drastic changes to our healthcare benefits. Rather than positioning the workforce to focus on the critical rise in service needs such as mental health, child protection, and disaster services, workers and residents are being forced to do more with less. And this will only further impacts on health and well-being in this county. Well, we need workers. And we need competitive wages and benefits for those workers to sustain themselves and their families. Competitive wages and benefits are an excellent tool for recruiting and retaining a quality workforce. And working families having good jobs with sustainable wages invest back in their communities. And that's what we need here in Monterey County. We need that workforce that gives back to their community. Because when our communities thrive, our county will thrive. And we hope you would want to see a workforce thrive in a county that appreciates their sacrifices. We look to your leadership. Put a Central County workforce and our community first. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Mary Lou Gomez, and I've worked for FCS for 5.5 years as a social worker. I was born and raised here in Salinas and love my community. I love my work, protecting kids and supporting families here in Monterey County, but I'm at my wit's ends. Due to the constant mismanagement and poor decisions, that continues to leave my department at critical staffing levels for over a year now. Leaving vacant positions open in critical departments such as mine can have severe consequences for the community. Last Thursday, September 30th, we are so understaffed that 20 minutes before the shift was to start, our program manager emailed the remaining staff at FCS asking for volunteers, as we did not have anyone to work after hours that night. That means that from 5 p.m. until 8 a.m. the next morning, there was potentially no one available to take reports and response to situations involving abuse and neglect of this county's children. This is a serious issue. We are mandated to have a 24-hour hotline, and for good reason. If CHP calls in the middle of the night with a drunk adult and needs someone to take the children into custody while the parents get arrested, there needs to be someone there to answer that call that night. If a therapist or medical professional wants to fulfill their federal duty as a mandated reporter, we have to fulfill that duty. But that night, if a kid was being physically or sexually abused and called the county in a desperate cry for help, there potentially was no one to take that call. This is unacceptable, and it's heartbreaking. The solution is clear. Offer a better package for workers so that they actually want to come and work here. Not only that, instruct county management to improve working conditions so that employees want to stay here for a long time. We're at a breaking point. This isn't about the money in our pockets. It's about making sure we have someone to answer the call when a kid is in crisis and needs help at any hour of the day. That's why we do this job, and that's why my incredible professional colleagues do this job. Help us do it well. Help us serve the kids of Monterey County. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment in the audience today?
Hello. I just wanted to speak on behalf of one of many employers This community have mandated us to go on unpaid leave due to the fact that we have the right to refuse vaccination. I was told that today by my employer that your department will be making a decision on whether or not we will receive benefits during this unpaid leave, as well as I feel like this is unfair treatment to workers who have been there for our community over the last 578 days without a mandate and showed up to provide for our community. I feel that you guys need to release this mandate. As my employer told, it's up to your department to make that decision so that we can go back to helping out the short staffing that we have experienced for many years in our community and help protect patients' lives.
Thank you. Any other public comment in the chambers today? Okay, we're going to move on to public comment on Zoom, and we'll start with Scott, followed by Jennifer. Scott, you'll have to unmute on your side of the computer. We've given, there we go.
Sorry about that. My name is Scott Bruceschetti, and I'm a nurse representative in the Nurses Association of Monterey County. I've been working in the emergency room here at Natividad for the past 8 years. But in the last year, I can say with newfound certainty that nurses alone will not and cannot save anyone. It takes a team, a collaboration with many different people and roles. If we don't have respiratory therapists, certified nurses, assistants, housekeeping, social workers, clerical staff, to name just a few of the critical roles that nurses depend on for the very act of saving lives, we're just unable to do our jobs. Unsafe staffing puts our patients, public health, nurses, and healthcare workers in danger. When our frontline healthcare and other vital county workers are dangerously understaffed, our community suffers because they cannot get the care they desperately need and deserve, especially amid an ongoing and unprecedented global pandemic. It will be 2 years now that our nurses have stood on the front lines of this deadly pandemic. I'm very proud to care and serve for my community. And we as registered nurses continue to give our patients everything we have. We are doing this now without the help we need, but in reality, this staffing crisis is not new. We have met repeatedly over the past year and a half now with our elected Board of Supervisors, senior administration at the hospital, and county HR in attempts to address the chronic retention and recruitment crisis across our county health facilities. We're calling on our elected Board of Supervisors to stand with us, to stand with our healthcare workers, and to reinvest in patient care. Reinvest in nurses and other frontline workers so that we can safely care for our patients and the public. We are dedicated to serve and get us through this deadly pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up, we have Jennifer, followed by Elizabeth.
Thank you, Supervisor Ruescu. My name is Jennifer Jean-Pierre. I am a registered nurse in the ICU at Natividad, and I am the chief nurse representative of our union, CNA. As nurses, we cannot do our jobs without the rest of the healthcare staff in the hospital. We need our techs, RTs, labs, our housekeepers, aides, and social workers fully staffed so that we can safely care for our patients. For the past 19 months, nurses have stood on the front lines of the deadly pandemic. We ran into danger to take care of our patients and the community we are a part of and dedicated to serve. But the reality is that the staffing crisis is not new. We met repeatedly over the past 19 months with our elected Board of Supervisors, senior admin at the hospital, and county HR in attempts to work together and address the issues that have led to the chronic retention and recruitment crisis across our county health facilities. Today, we are standing with our fellow SEIU 521 union members and vital county healthcare and other key workers, calling on our elected Board of Supervisors to stand with our frontline registered nurses and frontline staff to work with us, address the staffing crisis so we can safely care for our patients and the public we are dedicated to serve. I know our elected BOS cares about the health and welfare of Monterey County residents. Today, nurses are calling on you to be leaders and to heroes and to stand with us. With your leadership and partnership, I know that our unions can work together, put patients and public health first, and reinvest in all patient care to finally resolve these staffing issues. I want to thank all of you for the opportunity to today and look forward to courage and leadership in addressing the dangerous short staffing so that our nurses and other county healthcare staff can safely care for the patients in the community we all serve. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we move on to Elizabeth, I think we just need to bring, it looks like Supervisor Alejo got kicked over into the attendee side. So if we could bring him back over onto the panelist side. We got you, Supervisor. All right, next up we have Elizabeth.
Thank you.
Is this working now?
It is. We've got you. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Chair Askew, for the letter that you emailed me in response to the letter I emailed you yesterday. Today, I want to talk also about the short staffing because my supervisor and the other supervisor on my team are carrying caseloads and conducting assessments of kids who are adjudicated, plus all of their supervisory duties, plus supporting their staff. You know, in behavioral health, our care is preventative because we are treating youth before they become adults when it's easier and their brains are more pliant and receptive to therapy. So we're preventing problems down the road, and we're reducing the frequency of 5150 hospitalizations and other incredibly costly interventions down the road. So we are in fact saving you money, and we're also billing Medi-Cal, so we're bringing money to the county. The problem that I'm having is with the short-sightedness, because you've got folks here who are really doing the hard work to make sure that crime is reduced in our communities, to make sure that trauma doesn't happen to other children. And everyone knows the old axiom by Ben Franklin that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, and that's true. But perhaps the more relevant thing to say today is that it is easier to build strong children than it is to heal broken men. And that comes direct from Frederick Douglass. So partner with us. I'll handle the morale and be the cheerleader. You handle providing us an adequate contract that meets our needs, and we'll just keep moving right on forward. See you next week.
Thank you, Jennifer. I don't see any other hands raised or public comment in the audience, so we will close public comment. Thank you all for joining us and for sharing your comment and testimony with us today. We will recess to closed session for our Water Resources Agency and Board of Supervisors closed session items. We'll reconvene back here at 10:30 and we'll see you then. Thank you.
Yeah, my mom,
Hi, my name is Chad Harris. I'm the interim CEO at Natividad, and I want to say thank you. Thank you to all of Natividad's frontline workers. Thank you for protecting and taking care of our community, friends, family, and colleagues. Thank you for your kindness, your expertise, and your unwavering commitment to our mission. Hi, my name is Chad. I'm CEO at Natividad, and I want to say thank you. Thank you to all of Natividad's frontline workers. Thank you for protecting and taking care of our community,
Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Mic check, there it is. Okay, perfect.
In the room. All right, we're going to call to order the East Garrison Community Services District with a roll call from the clerk.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all directors are present, with directors Alejo and Lopez appearing via video conference and directors Root Askew, Phillips, and Adams appearing in person.
All right, thank you. Are there any additions or corrections on our public agenda?
There are no additions and corrections.
Okay, thank you. We will do general public comments for anything not on today's agenda, but that is related to the East Garrison Community Services District. This is public comment for East Garrison Community Services District, and I see 2 hands raised. We'll start with Ron and then Jose. And just to clarify again, these are public comments for the East Garrison Community Services District. Ron? And Ron, we've given you permission to unmute on your side of the screen.
Hello.
Hi, Ron. We've got 1:30 on the clock. Thank you for joining us.
Oh, 1:30. Wow. Okay. Well, let's just get into this. I have, geez, where do you start? I'm an employee that is getting fired on October 1st. So
hi, Ron. I'm sorry to interrupt, but is this for the East Garrison Community Services District?
No.
Okay,
no.
then we'll
This
call
is
you
for
when we get to
public
the
open
okay.
forum.
We're not at that point yet. We'll get to their general public comment soon. Thank you. All right, we have one item today on our consent calendar for East Garrison to approve and authorize some Brightview Landscape Services, Alfresco Landscape Management, a Tiger and Son Tiger Construction Services for East Garrison. Is there any public comment on our consent calendar for East Garrison today? Right, I'll bring it back to the board to consider action on the consent agenda.
Move consent.
All right, I think we have a motion from Phillips, a second from Alejo, and we'll take a roll call vote.
Director Alejo?
Aye.
Director Phillips?
Aye.
Director Lopez?
Aye.
Director Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Director Root Askew.
Aye. Thank you. The consent calendar carries, and we will adjourn the East Garrison Community Services District. We will reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors with a roll call from the clerk.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Alejo and Lopez appearing via video conference and Supervisors Root Askew, Phillips, and Adams appearing in person.
Great. Thank you very much. For anyone who's joining us on YouTube or Facebook Live, you're also welcome to hop on over to the Zoom webinar. We're at 224-397-747. And we do have Spanish interpretation services available here in Chambers today. Welcome, Maria Avila, to make that announcement.
Jocelyn Martínez, intérprete de español. Les decimos que bienvenimos su comentario en español. Antes de hacer el comentario, por favor, pida el servicio de intérprete y se le proveerá. Gracias.
Thank you very much for being here. Next up, we're going to call to invite Amy Burnett and members of the San Venancio 4-H group to join us to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this morning. We'll pull them up on the screen. Thank you for joining us. And I will briefly share that 4-H is one of the oldest and largest youth development empowerment organizations in our county, in our country. 4-H is a model for the practice of positive youth development for all ages of youth, age 5 to 19. 4-H provides low cost and no cost opportunities for youth leadership, public speaking, healthy living, civic engagement, STEM and agriculture, and career and college readiness. Currently in Monterey County, 4-H serves about 600 youth, and 250 adult volunteers participate in 14 4-H clubs. San Venancio 4-H is one of the oldest clubs in the county and currently has about 60 active youth and adult members. We're so pleased to have you join us today to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you. Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Amy, and thank you to the members who joined you this morning to start our meeting off. We hope to see you in Chambers sometime soon, but a pleasure to have you join us right now. Are there any additions and corrections to our agenda this morning?
Yes, there's one correction to the 1:30 p.m. scheduled matters, and that's for item number 9, which is in receipt of a revised board report.
Excellent. Thank you. So that's item number 9, a revised board report. Got it. We'll move right along to our ceremonial resolutions, item number 2 through 4. And I'd be happy to entertain a motion for action by the board, and then we'll proceed with presentations.
So moved.
Move approval. Second.
All right. Perfect. I think we have a motion from Adams, a second from Lopez. And is there any public comment on our ceremonial resolutions this morning? Seeing none. And Ron, we've got your hand raised, but we will get to you in general public comment. We will take a roll call vote for ceremonial resolutions.
Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Adams. Aye. And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. Thank you. Our ceremonial resolutions are approved. We'll start with a resolution honoring Linda McGlone upon her retirement from Monterey County Health Department and her public service to Monterey County residents. And I'd like to welcome Dr. Moreno and Elsa Jimenez to make some comments with us today.
Hi, good morning. Elsa Jimenez with the Health Department. I believe my colleague, Dr. Moreno, is on the attendee side of, oh, there he is. I'll let him go first and then I'll say a few words.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you, Supervisor, Chair Askew and board members. Ed Moreno, Monterey County Public Health Director. And I think the resolution speaks for itself. There's a wonderful accomplishment. So what else can I say about Linda? I think there's a few things. I think one is that I think Linda definitely set the standard for our team in public health when it comes to youth violence prevention. I believe she served as an excellent role model to high school students who enrolled in our Strive and Postpone programs. And because of that, we are proud of the fact that some of those high school students that graduated from our various youth programs have signed on as interns to be part of the program. So that's a wonderful achievement, and that's ongoing. She's also served as a positive role model for the interns once we bring them on board, and many of them are, as interns, they're also still students. And so students at Hartnell College, students at various colleges, even in graduate school, and that includes one of our interns, I believe, Linda, who's graduating from UC Berkeley this year. So we have some good students who are serving as interns, and she continues to be a role model for those interns. One more thing, I think she's finally committed, I'll say it this way, committed to getting the work done, whatever it takes. And I think just even to the end, she gets close to retirement. She's made sure that she delivers on all the grant requirements, all the reporting requirements before she actually leaves for retirement. She doesn't want anything to be done. So she'll get it done, whatever it takes. So Linda, we'll miss you dearly, and we'll do our best to pick up where you left off and continue on your great work. Thank you, Linda.
Thank you, Dr. Moreno.
Good morning, Elsa Jimenez. I'll take us back 20 years ago when I first started with the health department. Linda was one of the first people to welcome me to the county and health department family. Not only has she been a leader in our violence prevention efforts through a public health lens, but she's been a leader in injury prevention dating back to child passenger safety, safe routes to school. And before that was really one of the first individuals to kind of lead our county employee wellness program effort. So she's been instrumental in helping to advance public health initiatives for the county, as well as helping to improve the well-being of our county workforce. So Linda will be dearly missed, but we are all very happy that she's able to embark onto this next chapter of her life called retirement. May we all be so lucky. So thank you for allowing me to make a few comments about Linda.
Thank you, Elsa.
Yeah, please.
So thank you. I just want to say thank you to Linda as well. We go way back. I think we go all the way back to tobacco eradication in Monterey County. And I thank you so much. You know, you always brought just a tremendous amount of integrity and intelligence to everything that you put your hands on. and you leave a lasting legend, honestly, for all of us. And I am so very grateful that I've had the opportunity to work with you. And I'm also grateful that you remain a member of the 5th District constituency. So thank you. And I look forward to additional community service, which I know you've always had beyond work and that you'll continue to do. Thank you so much, Linda.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
And Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, I do, as the co-chair of the Community Alliance for Safety and Peace, along with Salinas Mayor Craig, I think we both wanted to just express our gratitude for Linda's tremendous leadership. Talk about somebody who's really committed, who's a great planner, a great organizer within any group. She really brought a lot to the table, and so we've been appreciative of her expertise and all the work she did on data and our efforts to reduce violence in places like Salinas and throughout Monterey County. So Linda, you made Monterey County a better place to live. You provided better opportunities for our youth and helping save lives in a lot of different ways. And so we appreciate your leadership, and it's going to be hard to find somebody to replace you down the road. So I hope your department could help us find somebody good, just as good as you. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Supervisor Alejo.
And Linda, I want to just add my thoughts and congratulations. But yeah, I know we worked together a lot when I was running Rancho Cielo, and your guidance and leadership helped us develop the programs that were needed. And you've done a commendable job in anything you've taken on, and this county is in such a better place because of your services. So thanks again.
Thank you, Supervisor Phillips. Thanks so much.
Linda, I'm going to jump in. And I think we began working together when I started working with Supervisor Parker back in 2009, when the formation of CASP was underway. And it has just been, I saw your name pop up that you're retiring, and I thought, how is that possible? I don't understand. And also, what are we going to do without you? The Strive grant, I think we're going to receive a presentation here in a moment. I mean, that the outcomes speak for themselves, the improvement in the quality of life for our children, for our families, for children who have now started their own families. You know, it's the generational types of changes to a healthier, safer community that you've really been at the forefront of for as long as I've known you. And I want to say thank you on behalf of my family and on behalf of the families that I know in this community. I think that I hope that you know that you're retiring, having left a true legacy for our community, and you deserve all the coconut ice cream at Whole Foods that you can get your hands on. So thank you, and we wish you the very best. Supervisor Lopez, I'll let you jump in as well.
Yeah, Linda, just want to say thank you. Down here in the 3rd District, we always fight for additional resources, but I know every email chain I was on when we were applying for grants or asking for that help, your name was there. You were always there behind us. And so as you retire, I want you to know that it's well-earned, well-deserved. And as Supervisor Askew said, your legacy will ring on in our communities. From north to south, east to west, this entire county has been impacted by your service. And so I wanted to take this opportunity to say thank you and congratulations on this very well-deserved, well-earned retirement. Thank you, Linda.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez.
Would you like to make a few comments, Linda? We'll put you on the spot.
I just want to thank the board for this recognition, and for Elsa Jimenez, our Director of Health, for Dr. Moreno, our Health Officer, for Cristobal Oropeza and Janet Vaughn. I'm so honored to have been a part of the changes that have occurred in Salinas over the past decade, and grateful to have worked with so many good partners like Jose Ariola at the city, Rosemary Soto with the county. I did a lot of work in South County. I would mention to Supervisor Lopez, and also Gabriela Manzo from Building Healthy Communities, and all of the community-based organizations that are a part of our coalition, the Community Alliance for Safety and Peace. So thank you very much, Supervisor Askew.
Thank you. We do have a framed resolution for you, Linda, that we will make sure gets delivered to you. Normally we would stand with photos and hold it up and take pictures, but you'll have to take a picture holding it for us so that we can, add that to our county county showcase. So thank you again, and wish you the very best. So hang with us, right? You're part of the Strive presentation here in a moment.
Yes, I am.
We'll see you shortly again. Thank you, Linda.
Thank
Your work
you.
is not
Thank
over
you,
yet.
Wendy.
Your work is not over yet. Thank you. Okay, next up we have a resolution celebrating California's Clean Air Day. And I'd like to welcome Supervisor Adams and Richard Stedman from our Monterey Air Resources District.
Thank you
Monterey
very
Bay
much.
Air Resources District.
Chair Root Askew, I hope that we have Richard. Great. Good. Thank you. I'm very happy today to be able to present a Clean Air Day resolution acknowledging October 6th as California's Clean Air Day. So I'm going to read a bit of the resolution, and here we go. So whereas air pollution contributes to higher rates of cancer and heart and lung disease, which adversely affects health, whereas it is vital we protect the health and well-being of our residents, visitors, and workforce, whereas emissions from vehicles, industry, and even household sources significantly affect the natural environment, air quality, and the well-being of Monterey County residents, and whereas individual actions such as not idling vehicles, with walking or biking to work and school, with carpooling, and conserving energy can directly improve air quality in our region. And whereas county employees, vendors, and elected officials have tremendous power to help lower emissions. And whereas pledges by individuals have shown to result in action. And whereas education about air quality can raise community awareness, encourage our community to develop better habits, and improve our community health. And whereas the Monterey Bay Air Resources District implements the California Clean Air Act and the Federal Clean Air Act in our region. And whereas the vision of the Monterey Bay Air Resources District is that all individuals in the MBAR jurisdiction will live, work, and play in a clean air environment. And whereas Californians will be joining together across the state to clean the air on October 6th, 2021. And whereas Monterey County is committed to the health of our residents, our workforce, our visitors, and our community at large. And whereas Monterey County employees are encouraged to take the Clean Air Pledge for California Clean Air Day, and Monterey County residents, businesses, employees, and community members are encouraged to participate in Clean Air Day and help clear the air for all Californians. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, on behalf of all of the county and its residents thereof, hereby celebrate California's Clean Air Day on Wednesday, October 6th, 2021. And a special thank you to Richard Stedman, the General Manager of the Monterey County Air Resources District, for being with us today to say a few words about California Clean Air Day.
Great. Well, thank you very much. Good morning, Madam Chair, Supervisors, and happy Clean Air Day. And thank you, Supervisor Adams, for this resolution demonstrating Monterey County's support for clean air efforts locally and across the state, and also for the opportunity to have a few words this morning with you. Thank you, too, to the Monterey County Board of Supervisors for your leadership and dedication to clean air and public health and environmental health. Supervisors Root, Askew, Lopez, and Phillips provide excellent representation and governance on the Monterey Bay Air Resources District Board of Directors. In addition, Supervisor Alejo has been very active in helping to move our gas-powered automobile fleet toward electrification in Monterey County, especially in underserved and disadvantaged communities. Although we celebrate tomorrow's Clean Air Day, every day is or should be Clean Air Day. The Monterey Bay Air Resources District even celebrates Clean Air Month in May, the start of our smog season. Tomorrow for Clean Air Day, the California Coalition for Clean Air is asking individuals to do one or all of three things: plant something, reduce vehicle trips, and switch something out. Some examples include plant a tree or plant a future garden, walk, bike, carpool, or take a bus to work or when doing errands, changing your lights in your home to LEDs, change your air filters in your car or in your home, make a commitment to buy or lease an electric vehicle. And there has never been a better time to go electric. There are numerous incentive packages currently available to the public to help folks get into an electric vehicle, including motorcycles. And for the first time, e-bikes, thanks in large part to Supervisor Rude Askew. So for more information, you can check out our website at mbar.org. All these efforts can help improve air quality in a meaningful way. When done on a routine and consistent basis, the results can be transformational, especially as we tackle some of the adverse impacts of climate change. So you can get more information on pledges and activities for Clean Air Day on cleanairday.org. And then I hope to see you again in May as we celebrate Clean Air Month. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Richard. And again, we have a beautiful framed resolution that we will make sure finds its way to the Air District office where you can display that. And you'll have to, again, take a photo with us so we can add it to our showcase. And I will plan to ride my bike to work tomorrow. I rode it yesterday and I'll make my pledge right now. So thank you for joining us and thank you for all of the work that you're doing in Monterey County.
Thank you.
All right, moving right along. Next up, we have a very special presentation, and I would like to introduce Charles McKee to make some introductory remarks, and then we have a video. We are taking a moment to honor all of our County of Monterey employees for their service during the COVID-19 pandemic.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to recognize all the county employees, both for Customer Service Week as well as for the efforts during the COVID-19 pandemic. It's been almost 2 years that we've been trying to battle COVID-19 while also doing the day-to-day work of the county government. So customer service is obviously a big deal for county employees because it's really what we do. It's providing service to our community. And there are many stars throughout the organization, and there are many departments throughout the organization who have really stepped up during the COVID pandemic and also just every day. You heard earlier today about with Linda McGlone, you know, you could just see in Dr. Moreno and Elsa Jimenez's face how appreciative they were of just the daily work that she does. And I think that is emblematic of what goes on across the whole county. There are numerous people that just do their job every day in an exemplary fashion. And during COVID-19, what I noticed was that there are quite a few employees in the county that get it done. You know, the cliche of the can do it, they really are. And when I asked for something to happen, so many people stood up and said, yeah, I can do that. There wasn't like, oh no, it's not my job. It wasn't something, you know, it's out of my expertise, all those, you know, excuses you think you're going to hear. Really, we heard people say, no, I can do that. There were so many people on the front lines of the health department, Natividad, social services, the sheriff's office, human resources. Every time I needed something, some change to some document, they quickly jumped in and did it. And I know I'm going to forget somebody or some department. I don't mean to be disrespectful to anybody, but just the volume of effort that's going on during the pandemic is something to be proud of as working for the county and proud of as the county administrative officer to see the support that we get throughout our workforce. What it brings to mind is the clear benefit that we get in any organization that we're stronger together than individually. And it's no more true in the military or just in your family or just any day when you're trying to get something done. We are definitely stronger together. And I appreciate all the efforts that have been done by all county employees. I want to thank them for everything that they do daily and when they step up in extraordinary times, when they volunteer to do things outside of their normal work or when they're just getting their work done every day. Certainly appreciate it. And Arturo is going to show you a quick video. Arturo, you ready to go? Great. Thank you, Arturo.
Hi, my name is Chad Harris. I'm the interim CEO at Natividad, and I want to say thank you. Thank you to all of Natividad's frontline workers. Thank you for protecting and taking care of our community, friends, family, and colleagues. Thank you for your kindness, your expertise, and your unwavering commitment to our mission to continually monitor and improve the health of the people, including the vulnerable in Monterey County through coordinated, affordable, high-quality healthcare.
Hi, I'm Kelly McMillan, Chief Compliance Officer at Lowell Farms. Lowell is a vertically integrated cannabis company with cultivation operations, as well as manufacturing, distribution, and a one-of-a-kind drying and processing facility known as Lowell Farm Services, located here in Monterey County. We have two of our facilities in unincorporated Monterey County, and as a result, we interact a lot with the Monterey County Cannabis Program. And I have to say, they are a spectacular group to work with. The county bureaucracy is, and the cannabis industry interacts with not just the cannabis program, but code enforcement, building, environmental health, the district attorney's office, the list goes on. And the real value that we found with the cannabis program is their responsiveness to the needs of the industry in coordinating all of the different agencies that we need to work with. I really don't think we'd be successful in Monterey County without the help of the cannabis program. They're helpful, they're spectacular, easy to work with, accessible, just wonderful people. I cannot be happier to have them on our team in the Monterey County cannabis industry.
Thank you, Arturo. Really appreciate that. And it's great to hear the testimonials from both people inside the county as well as people from outside the county government who work with the employees here and that they recognize the great work. Because you know, it's easy to complain about somebody. It's much sometimes it takes a lot more work to show the appreciation for the work that we do. And so I want to say thank you again to everybody in the county workforce, the people who have volunteered to go work as disaster service workers and those who do their job every day. Really want to thank everybody for everything that they've done definitely over the last year, but certainly everything they've done during the pandemic. Much appreciated. Sure.
I think we have a cohort of our folks from Human Resources here as representatives of county workforce. So if we could step down and take a quick photograph, I think that would be really nice. Thank you. Thank you for being here to represent our county employees. I have been with the county for going on 13 years, and I don't think that if we would have made a plan for how to a plan for a pandemic response, we did have a plan, and it didn't look anything like what played out. And I think that the way that our county workforce has just risen to the challenge is above and beyond anything that anyone could have ever expected or planned for. I've never been so proud to be a part of this community and to be able to sit in the space where I sit with my colleagues today to make sure that we're setting policies that are going to care for and ensure that our workers can take care of our community. So thank you.
Oh, you speak for all of us. Thank you. And we really did see our employees step up during this pandemic. So thank to you and on behalf of all of our over 5,000 employees.
Thank you so much. You know, I think each of our districts probably interacts with one or more department more so than some of the others. I know for us, we see in our District 5, we interact so much with HCD and Public Works, Facilities, Planning, and Parks. And the one department, though, that oversees everybody in many ways is HR. And the work that you guys do touches every single department and all of us. So the contact that we have through the employees is often through HR. And I thank you so much for all of the excellent work that you do and that you continue to do.
And I'm going to invite my colleagues on Zoom to jump in and speak, and we're just going to snap a couple of pictures. So Supervisor Alejo and Lopez, if you want to make any additional comments, we'd welcome.
Yeah, I'll just jump in and say thank you to our entire team while you guys take this photo. I know that that the work that you do is not always something you get thanked for, plus it never ends. And so I just thank you guys for stepping up, showing up, and then most of all for continuing to do the work, because there's still a lot in front of you, even today. So we appreciate you guys every single day, and thank the entire county workforce for being there for us. And we know you guys are a key part of that, so thank you.
Yeah, and I'll echo those words of Supervisor Lopez and all my other colleagues that it's a time to reflect. We're not still through these difficult times, but certainly gratitude to all our county employee family for the tremendous work and leadership and stepping up during the most challenging of times. So I want to just express on behalf of all our constituents in Salinas how much we appreciate all you've done thus far. Thank you.
So thank you so much. And so on behalf of all the county workforce, I so gladly accept this resolution. Every county employee has really stepped up. These last, it's going on 2 years here, has been just tremendous. And I couldn't be so much happier than being a part of this county family and seeing the work that everybody has done. And we truly have really has shown our community what an agency we are. And again, thank you so much for the recognition. And thank you all, county employees, for all the great work that you do every day.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, thank you all for that. Next up, we're moving on to our appointments. We have one appointment on our consent calendar. I'd be happy to entertain a motion for the consent appointments.
So move.
Second.
We have a motion from Lopez, a second from Phillips. Is there any public comment on the appointments? This is appointing Cesar Lara to the Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council. I see, Ron, we've still got your hand up, and we'll get to you when we get to general public comments. Supervisor Alejo.
Just a question on this. It was kind of unusual that it just said it wasn't a term end date. So is that something that we want to address now so that we could say that I know most of our commission appointments are for 4 years. So do we want to make that a 4 year and then relook at it at the end of that term?
That's a good question. Is there staff here for the Juvenile Justice Coordinating Commission? I know we do have quite a few appointments that are at the pleasure of the board that are typically managed by the staff of the commission. Do we have anyone from Juvenile Justice Coordinating Commission? Todd Keating?
Hi. Yeah, the bylaws don't call for a term, so that's why there was not a term included. So that's all the information I have on that.
Okay, and are there other seats on that board that don't have term end dates that are at the pleasure of the board?
I don't believe any appointments on the JJCC have a term date.
Madam Chair, maybe we can bring back at a future meeting. We're going to bring back an item soon to talk about the different roles of committees and commissions, and that maybe we could bring that at that time to establish potential terms for any commission that doesn't have them.
Would that satisfy your concern today, Supervisor?
Yeah,
Alejo?
not that I'm against it. It's just that all our other commissions usually have a fixed date so that we could review and make decisions in 4-year increments. This one just is at the pleasure of the board, which is indefinite. Just seemed like out of place compared to other positions. But yes, definitely we could take a look at it down the road. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I think I called for public comment on this item. I don't see any other hands raised, so we will bring it, and we have a motion and a second, so we'll bring it back for roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Just like the Supreme Court lifetime appointment. Aye.
Supervisor Adams? Aye. And Chair Supervisor Root Askew?
Aye, thank you. Okay, now item number 6 is to nominate one member of the Board of Supervisors to serve on the California State Association of Counties Board of Directors and one member of the Board of Supervisors to serve as an alternate for 1-year term of office beginning on November 29th, 2021. And typically we would appoint all of our committee appointments in January. I think CSAC is on a different sort of term timeline. So that's why this comes up out of that normal timeline. And I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Charles, but I believe it's Supervisor Alejo who is our current appointee and myself as the alternate.
You are correct. And you're also correct about the timing of the appointments.
Okay. And I think that those appointees also line up with the legislative committee appointments for the county that we make in January.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yep.
Perfect. So happy to entertain a motion. Oh, Supervisor Alejo, did you want to jump in on this? Otherwise, I'm happy to entertain a motion to move forward.
Yes. Madam Chair, I just want to point out, usually because we have to renew the voting status approved by our board before the annual conference, which this year is in Monterey during the last few days of November and early December. I do want to just tell my colleagues, being part of the executive board, I've been very active with CSAC. I'm currently on the executive board. I'm also the co-chair of the Coastal Associations of Counties and also the Governance and Finance Administration Policy Committee for CSAC. And this last 2 years, I was instrumental in moving CSAC to take on broadband as a top issue last December. And as a result of those, CSAC was at the table and was a key driver in securing the $6 billion to close the digital divide in California. So I've been very active, want to continue my work that I'm doing there. But I just wanted to share with my colleagues that I've been very active and involved in leadership roles within CSAC as your representative. Thank you.
Great. So happy to entertain action on this item.
Happy to move Supervisor Alejo to continue to serve in that role.
And Supervisor, you can make both nominations if you want, or just do the one at a time.
Sure, with the alternate being Supervisor Askew, making that a complete motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Lopez, a second from Phillips for Supervisor Alejo to continue as our primary and Supervisor Askew to continue as our alternate. And we will, any public comment on this nomination? Seeing none, we'll take a roll call vote. Thank you.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Adams.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. All right, moving right along to our consent calendar, we have items, I believe it's items number 14 through 23. Are those numbers correct? 14, nope, it would be item number 7 through item 7 through 23. No, I'm sorry, that's not right either. Is it item 14? Okay, sorry. My apologies. So item number 14 through 23 for the consent agenda. Is there any supervisors who would like to pull any item from the consent calendar today for a comment or question? I think Les Gerard had a comment on one item.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the board. I want to make a clarifying comment to item 17 on the consent agenda. That item makes certain revisions to the PPP&R related to the compliance date for employee certification of vaccination status, the compliance date for actual vaccination, and then makes some changes to the facial covering order applicable to county facilities. The changes are not applicable to those employees covered by the state health officer's order at the health department, Natividad, the sheriff corner, and probation department with respect to the vaccination compliance. But I want to make clear that for meetings in those settings, that is the healthcare setting, the correctional setting, the facial covering requirement from the CDPH will also apply. So the relaxed facial covering requirement covered by item 17 does not apply to employees covered by the CDPH requirement in the healthcare or the correctional facility setting. So with that clarification, I just wanted to make that clear to the board and to the public.
All right, thank you for that clarification. I had a comment on item number 20, which I'll make now. This is to a series of base wage increases for our office assistant and secretary classifications. This is following a base wage compensation study that was done by Human Resources. And I just want to take a moment to go on record and thank our office assistants and all of our county secretarial workforce for your work in our community, keeping everything moving forward. I think that this is one additional step that we're taking to ensure that all of our county staff are fairly compensated. And if you read through the details of this action, it is a long overdue step up to ensure that employees are paid fairly. So just wanted to call that out and say thank you. Any other items for comment or question from my colleagues? Otherwise, we'll take it out. And I see Steve Vagnini, who's with us today with your hand raised. So we'll take it to you next, Steve.
Great, thank you. Good morning, supervisors. I too would like to comment on agenda item number 20. Whereas I support the resolution and also agree with the supervisor Askew that it's to thank all the office assistants for the great work, and it's good time to adjust their salaries. I would like to go on record that we don't want to leave other employees behind. There are employees in our office that there'll be issues with compaction. We have positions such as property transfer clerks, photocopyists that are doing a much higher level of work, and that they are almost at the same level of pay now. Account clerks, which are positions all throughout the county, there's compactions issue with that as well. So I've been assured by Irma and her staff at Human Resources that they will address these. I hope that this is just the beginning and that we start recognizing and working on bringing up the other position salaries as well, because if not, we're going to have, like I say, compaction issues and morale issues possibly as well. So I thank you for all their work, but please let's move forward with addressing these other positions as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us, Stephen, for your comments. And I can assure you, I saw heads nodding. We've got our HR team out here in the audience. So your comments were heard. And the HR committee of myself and Supervisor Alejo are looking forward to having some more conversations with our HR committee about how to prioritize and keep those class and comp studies moving forward. So thank you. Taking it out to any additional public comment on our consent agenda today. And Ron, I've got your hand up still. We'll be circling around to you soon enough here. Otherwise, I'm happy to entertain a motion to move our consent agenda.
Move consent.
Second.
Right, we have a motion from Phillips, a second from Adams, and we'll take a roll call. Thank you.
Supervisor Lejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Adams.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. Thank you. Our consent carries. Next up, item number 7 on our agenda today is call for general public comment for items not on today's agenda. Again, public meeting laws require that elected bodies conduct our business in open public meetings. It does, however, limit our discussion to items included on the posted agenda for our meeting. So this means that we may not be able to respond directly to public comment. However, we welcome your feedback and perspective into county business. So we'll start with Ron and then move on to the phone number ending in 902. We have 1:30 on the clock. And again, I would just ask that everyone monitor that so that I don't have to interrupt you. Thank you. And thank you for waiting with us, Ron. And we've given Ron permission to unmute the microphone. We'll need you to do that on your side so that we can hear you.
Hi, my name's Ron. Can you hear me? Okay. I'm one of those employees the board was so graciously thanking. And my thank you was on October 1st, I was essentially fired by putting me on leave of absence without pay or insurance. The Board of Supervisors are destroying lives by firing healthy employees due to their sincerely held beliefs that have been approved religious exemptions. Throughout this process, I have been looking for answers from your experts, as they slander me as saying, "You worked with patients for a year and a half, and on October 1st, we cannot accommodate you with a mask. You are a substantial risk." Your experts, on the other hand, leave unvaccinated visitors into Natividad Medical Center around staff, patients, and other visitors for 10 hours a day. Again, your experts, on the other hand, leave unvaccinated visitors into Natividad Medical Center around staff, patients, and visitors for 10 hours a day. I propose we have an open forum with Dr. Moreno, with affected staff, and a public discussion about the science.
Thank you for your comments today, Ron. Next up, we have the phone number ending in 902, followed by Jackie. You'll need to hit *6 to unmute.
Yes, this is Nina Beatty. I protest the RFP 10819 issued for broadband deployment that was in the Monterey County Weekly last week, and I asked for a freeze on this and to stop any planned upgrades, new antennas, and related permits in the county. The RFP is premature and it's on shaky grounds. On August 13th, the D.C. Court of Appeals ruled in a lawsuit consolidated with a filing in the Ninth Circuit. It remanded back to the FCC its order on RF exposure guidelines. The FCC had decided not to change its guidelines, and the court called the FCC's order a lack of reasoned decision-making and arbitrary and capricious on certain important aspects, including exposure to children, long-term health effects, new technology such as 5G, and environmental effects. With this order, FCC's exposure guidelines are essentially in limbo right now, and any decision based on the safety of those limits for humans and the environment is on very shaky ground. Until the FCC responds to the remand and makes a decision on its exposure guidelines based on reasoned decision-making by evaluating the evidence and testimony submitted to it. Any county decision allowing construction, modification, or operation of new or upgraded antennas, any allowance of permits such as the Dolan Road and Tasahara Road facilities could be argued to be capricious and arbitrary as well. So I'm asking the county to cancel the RFP, halt the construction, including facilities on Dolan Road and Tasahara Road, which were approved after the FCC's now rejected order, and notify telecom companies of a freeze on upgrades and applications until the situation is resolved.
Thank you for your comments today, Nina. Next up, we have Jackie, followed by Janae.
My name is Jackie. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. I'm a registered nurse at Natividad Medical Center in the intensive care unit. I have served there for 6 years, directly caring for the sickest COVID patients in our county throughout the pandemic, and I planned on working there for the remainder of my nursing career. In August, the California Department of Health issued a mandate for all healthcare employees to vaccinate for COVID-19 unless they have an exemption. The reality is that many people are unable to vaccinate for very valid reasons. The mandate states if you cannot vaccinate, you are to wear a mask and test twice per week. This county has chosen not to follow the state mandate and has placed numerous nurses and healthcare workers on unpaid leave. This has forced many of us to make a difficult choice for themselves and their families. This is ruining lives and exacerbating mental health issues among my Natividad family, and I am worried for them. I am asking the board to please follow the state mandate and allow for testing and masking for healthcare employees, and allow these staff members to return to the hospital and care for the public. I believe the board is causing an undue staffing crisis on top of an already present staffing crisis. You have heard other nurses speaking out about the nursing shortages at Natividad. By not following the state mandate and not allowing nurses to work, the county is endangering the public. And there are now less PAs, phlebotomists, nurses, clerks, x-ray techs to care for the public. If you truly care for public health and people, please do the right thing and bring nurses back into the hospitals. The county is going above and beyond what is required by the state. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments today. Next up, we have Janae.
Hello?
Thank you for joining us.
Yes, I would like to also comment on the status of the healthcare mandate that was put in place. We're being told that unvaccinated means that you're dangerous to your patients and your coworkers, which is absolutely not true. We are testing twice weekly, knowing our status of COVID, whereas vaccinated workers are allowed to continue to work without being tested, not knowing their status. I have been informed by my HR department that I've been exposed to positive coworkers who were not being tested and do not know their status, yet they're still allowed to continue working around patients and others. We're also allowing visitors to be in the hospital for 72 hours without being tested around patients and visitors. They're also being placed in shared rooms, which I believe is additional risk to patients' health care. I am asking that you release this mandate and allow all of us to get back to our jobs caring for our community, as we have done for the last 19 months without being mandated, as well as not being mandated to receive vaccinations against our will and our religious beliefs.
Thank you for your comments today. Any other public comment today for items not otherwise on today's agenda? Otherwise, we will go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the board for our 10:30 scheduled matters, which starting with item number 8, to receive a presentation from the Monterey County Health Department's Striving to Reduce Youth Violence Everywhere STRIVE program, the City of Salinas Community Division of Safety in the Monterey County Administrative Offices, Office of Community Engagement and Strategic Advocacy, to describe some of the strategies and results of their collaboration to prevent violence in our community. I'd like to welcome Rosemary Soto, Jose Arreola from City of Salinas, and Dr. Ed Moreno from County Health Department.
Yes, good. Hello again, Supervisors. Ed Moreno. I'm here today as the Monterey County Public Health Director, but also as the Project Director for our CDC-funded STRIVE program, which for the last 10 years has been using a public health approach to reduce youth violence. And as the Project Director, I'm proud of our collaborative efforts with the community to reduce youth violence. Our speakers today will present on those collaborative efforts and our shared successes. Your board knows these presenters very well, but for the public and those less familiar with our presenters, I'd like to introduce first Rosemary Soto. She serves in the Monterey County Administrative Office and manages 3 initiatives, including the Advancement of Governing for Racial Equity, also the Monterey County Gang Violence Prevention Initiative, as well as your 2020 Census 2021 Supervisorial Redistricting Initiative. She's a Salinas native with 19 years of experience in the field of violence prevention and intervention, and currently serves on the board of directors for Community Alliance for Safety and Peace, known as CASP. Also, Jose Areola, he has 10 years of experience in violence prevention in Monterey County. Jose Areola is the Community Safety Administrator for the City of Salinas and is the Director of the Community Alliance for Safety and Peace. He serves on the Board of Directors of the California Violence Prevention Network and currently chairs the Monterey County Juvenile Justice Commission. And finally, Linda McGlone, as you know, Linda McGlone very well and rightfully received recognition this morning. She's successfully applied for 3 5-year grants beginning in 2011 from the Centers for Disease Control Prevention to prevent youth violence. She has coordinated the implementation of STRIVE and the youth and teen dating violence prevention programs for the last 10 years. And this work has contributed to the significant declines in violent assaults of youth and violent crime rates in Salinas. And for the last 7 years, she served as a project lead for the Salinas Teen Health Study, known as ACRECER. And this is funded by the National Institutes of Health, the NIH. And the goal of the study is to identify structural and interpersonal factors that influence the onset of youth violence and sexual health risks. So with that, I'll now turn it over to our speakers. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Dr. Moreno. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Okay, and I want to make sure that we can hear my fellow panelists, Jose and Rosemary. Are you on?
I'm here, Linda.
Oh, good.
Good morning, I'm here. Thank you.
Great, Rosemary. Thanks so much. So good morning to everyone, and thank you, Supervisor Root Askew. My colleagues and I would like to describe the last 10 years of violence prevention that we've helped to lead. In this presentation, we'll share with you our strategies, the results that have been achieved, and some new challenges. So let's talk about how we got started. You'll hear from the leaders of 3 initiatives devoted to reducing and/or preventing violence. The City of Salinas Community Safety Division, the Monterey County Health Department's STRIVE Youth Violence Prevention Program, the Monterey County Office of Community Engagement and Strategic Advocacy, the County Gang Violence Prevention Initiative. And with that, I'll turn it over to Jose Areola, who is the Community Safety Administrator of the City of Salinas. Jose?
Thank you, Linda. Just a brief history. This body, the County of Monterey, has a long history now with CASP and was part of its founding. For those that don't know, during a very high point of violent crime in Salinas and violence and around Monterey County, there was a creation of the Violence Prevention Subcommittee out of the Children's Council of Monterey County. This occurred in March 2008. Around the same time, the City of Salinas forms the Community Safety Alliance. And I think a lot of these leaders were seeing each other at similar meetings and thought it was best to not duplicate efforts and join together under the banner of the Community Alliance for Safety and Peace. And eventually the City of Salinas created a division, which is the division I now lead, to backbone that effort and keep it moving. But the County of Monterey and its great departments and the great partnership with Linda and Rosemary have been crucial to our success. Next slide, please. Just to emphasize what violence looked like 10 years ago here in Salinas, our rate of violence was very similar to that of large cities across the country, so much so that the National Forum on Youth Violence created by President Obama recognized that of Salinas and invited us to join as one of 6 cities initially for the National Forum on Youth Violence Prevention. But we were with cities like Detroit, and Chicago and Memphis. So we were a small city with big city violence problems. And so rightfully so, the county, the city, and many agencies around the county came together to see if we can tackle this problem in a different way. Next slide. And I think you've heard now a couple of times by Dr. Moreno and Linda regarding the public health approach to violence prevention. And that was really around offering more opportunities to our youth, to really investing in our youth, to provide more opportunities and more alternatives. And the community safety program here at the City of Salinas, our division, is really designed to do that by backboning, by being the backbone staff for CASP, working on strategic plan development so that we aren't doing this blindly, but strategically. And I gotta say, our partnership again with the Monterey County Public Health Department and STRIVE program with Linda has been critical in maintaining and updating our strategic plan and our data around violence prevention. And then we also write and manage violence prevention grants that are only available to the city. And as of now, all the grants we manage have 100% pass-through to community-based organizations and other partners. And then we have community leadership programs and our innovative street outreach program that hires city-funded street outreach interventionists. Next slide, please. The Community Alliance for Safety and Peace has only grown over the last 10 years. I'm very proud of this organization and the way people come together. The city of Salinas and the county of Monterey is a very unique place. And we've had visitors from all over the country, from Washington, D.C., Chicago, New York, Memphis, Detroit, Texas, come visit CASP, and all of them remark that they've never seen anything quite like this and are invigorated and inspired by the spirit of collaboration they see in Monterey County. We're one of the longest running, probably the longest running violence prevention collaboratives in the country. We're very proud of that. And we, I think a big part of that is the Board of Supervisors continuing to make it a priority and attending and co-chairing the meetings along with our mayor. Thank you. And next slide. And at this point, I'd like to go ahead and pass it back to my colleague and friend, Linda McGlone, our STRIVE coordinator.
Okay, great. Thanks so much, Jose. So the Strategic Work Plan Committee developed a mission, goals, and objectives for violence reduction. The next step was to link the work of CASP members to objectives in the plan. In order to create the plan, we held over 20 community listening sessions and then integrated those results to create the goals and objectives for the plan. The strategies from CASP members were linked to the plan objectives so they could see what it was they were doing to reduce violence. We used a collective impact approach, and the action plan that lists all of the CBO's work related to violence was used to identify gaps in services. In 2011, the health department began a violence prevention initiative called STRIVE. We were one of 4 health departments in the country to receive funding from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. We were funded again in 2016, and I'm proud to say we're funded again for another 5 years effective September 1. Our STRIVE initiative addresses youth, teen dating, and intimate partner violence in Salinas. The CDC asked us to focus on a small, either city or in fact neighborhood, so we chose Salinas. We use a public health approach to prevent violence at individual and community levels. The health department chose to become a member of the existing city-led coalition CASP rather than start our own, and we're certainly glad that we did. Our role in CASP has been to provide training, to keep the emphasis on prevention, to track data, and conduct the evaluation, and to also lead the strategic planning effort for the coalition. With that, I'll turn it over to Rosemary.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors. It's a pleasure to join my colleagues to share an update on the county's perspective in terms of the county initiative to reduce gang violence in Monterey County. We did have a strategic plan or an action plan for building safe and thriving communities adopted by the Board of Supervisors on June 9th, 2015. And within that included a collective impact model for coordinating local efforts by our respective community partners across the county, as well as with the goal of increasing collaboration among those strategies across the board throughout the county. A key part of that plan also includes the adoption of a racial equity lens to address the systemic inequities within our communities that further exacerbate the gang involvement or any other type of activities that lead to violence and crime. Next slide. Focus areas of that strategic plan is within county government, just aligning resources that the county has to offer within each of the departments, connecting those services as a service to the local efforts. And I serve as a liaison to also identify not just the existing resources that are available through our county government, but also how do we leverage funding partnerships throughout the county as well. And serving also as a conduit for increasing community awareness and identify ways to support any awareness campaigns that need to come from this effort, as well as the community engagement on the individuals and community members who are most impacted by violence within their communities. The next slide. And some of the strategies I'll share in the next slide that we've worked on over the last several years include, go ahead, this goes on to, I'll pass it on to Jose. I will share more in the next slide, so go ahead.
Thank you, Rosemary. About 5 years ago now, the city started a city street outreach program. At the time, most of any intervention program like this was delivered by nonprofits. There were some great models we looked at around the state, like one in Richmond, where they had city-funded outreach programs that were very successful. It also was using an equity lens these were generally very low-paying jobs, and so bringing it to the city offered good wages and very good benefits. And so we were able to fund a street outreach program that one really didn't exist before, because this is one of the few programs that exist in the city that is available to gang and violence impacted youth. That is pre-adjudication. You don't have to be arrested to have participated. We have a lot of wonderful programs, but unfortunately a lot of them, because of the way funding works with these types of programming, are available once you've been arrested or are on probation. And those programs are great, but we wanted to be able to reach out to youth before they got arrested as well. We've had a very successful program here in working with, again, the highest risk gang violence impacted youth with a very simple goal, simply said, but not simple to achieve, of keeping them alive and out of the prison system. And we really focus on ages 13 to 24. And again, participation is voluntary, so it's not mandated. And it's been successful in working across many different factions in the gang world here in Monterey County and Salinas, and we're really proud of the work that's been done with the street outreach program. Next slide, please. I'm really proud of the Calvert grants. Again, these are available to cities, although recently they have a whole new funding stream available exclusively to CBOs, community-based organizations. But as I mentioned before, we manage these grants pretty much out of our own pocket. And then we are able to pass through the funding to some really great programs. And we currently fund the California Youth Outreach Ready program, which operates in Juvenile Hall in partnership with Monterey County Probation. I think they're doing a wonderful job offering mentorship, enrichment opportunities, and really specific client-based support. And then the Rancho Cielo Tiny Home Project, which also works with probation, but offers construction skills, so that youth can be job ready coming out of their program, with wraparound services as well to help them finish the program. And then they create these tiny homes that we hope can be placed within Monterey County. They've built 2 already and plan to build 2 more. And I believe the other 2 are going to be placed in a tiny homeless project in San Benito County. They've worked in partnership with them. And then we are working with our Strive program to do the evaluation for this particular grant. We're really excited about that partnership as well. Thank you. And at this time, I'll pass it back to Rosemary.
Whoops. I'll go ahead and describe strengthening families. I'm going to describe the 3 strategies that we've supported and implemented in the past funding cycle, starting with strengthening families. This is an evidence-based parenting program, and with CDC funding, Partners for Peace has been able to increase the percentage of Spanish language classes held in Salinas, and also increase the enrollment of families outside of the juvenile justice system. So while many families are court ordered to participate in this program, we wanted more families to benefit from this program to prevent problems from occurring in the first place. We've also implemented a program called Safe Dates over the last 5 years. That too is an evidence-based teen dating violence prevention program. We've implemented it in the 5 high schools, the continuation school, and in juvenile hall. It has an emphasis on healthy teen relationships. We've reached over 5,000 students in their classes, and much effort was put into sustaining this program in the schools with teacher trainings and 2-day train the trainer programs that will ensure new teachers learn to lead safe dates with fidelity. Our new CDC grant will build on this foundation with a focus on digital dating abuse. One of the first strategies we chose way back in 2011 looks at the community environment to correct conditions that make crime more likely to occur. This strategy is called Crime Prevention Through Environmental Design, or CPTED. We've received funding from CDC for the next 5 years to continue this strategy. Again, this is also an evidence-based environmental change program. The strategy is youth-led in the high schools and conducts assessments of the surrounding neighborhoods as well for issues that might make crime more likely to occur. The CPTED process is to assess, report problems to public agencies for correction, and then follow up. And with that, I'll turn it to Rosemary. Oops, there you go.
Okay. So one thing that I wanted to mention is that with violence, and whether it be community violence or intimate partner violence or gang violence, is such a compounded issue, and there's so many layers to address them. So which is why, as you're listening to the strategies that each of us have been working on respectively, they are all quite broad, but then reach various portions or segments of those multiple layers. Here with our efforts with our law enforcement partners throughout the county, with Seaside Police Department in particular, one of the interns with CSUMB that worked closely with me, Camille Smith, who's now gone on to do wonderful things in her home county, worked closly with the Seaside Police Department and the Seaside Youth Violence Prevention Task Force to develop a strategy, which was a vision of then Chief Pridgeon, to have a tool that would help to better increase and improve community relations with his team and residents of Seaside. The snack van came to fruition, and it was from its inception of a project design to its implementation was very much a community involved and community engaged project. And its goal is to take healthy snacks and academic tools, whether they be sports equipment or school supplies, into those communities that have the highest rates of crime and violence. And the city of Seaside also looked at implementing a youth employment program addressing the needs to meet the creation of employment opportunities for youth from ages 16 to 24. This is another strategy within the strategic plan that I was given the opportunity to help lead their process. And in this case, this particular strategy employs youth ages 16 to 24, starts them out at $15 an hour, and also has, since its implementation, has employed youth in every department within the city of Seaside except for Public Works. And one strategy in which they were able to also support was the census. You see an image here. Many of these youth were employed by the city during that summer and were able to assist in the outreach. And so they learn every city government, what it's like to become an employee, what it's like to represent your local city government as well as your community, and take pride and ownership in the community that you're serving. With the city of Greenfield, we also support their violence prevention and victim support services. We were able to provide for funding for this a unit that would be able to transport victims who needed to access services that are only located in Salinas. That in particular, we're talking about services for individuals who are victims of sexual assault and other types of crimes as well. One of the strategies that we have looking forward to is the development of implementing a victim advocate service in the city of Greenfield. And we anticipate that will be starting out this month and carrying it forward into the future. Again, a strategy to be able to bring resources and services to the communities where they are needing them the most. Next slide. Another strategy is to also to continue to educate ourselves, our partners, our colleagues who are doing this work, and to understand a whole lot more of not just the ever-changing trends around youth violence or gang violence. We want to make sure that we're also understanding from the youth perspective, what are the ways in which we can improve the work that we do and how we operate as systems together so that we can not perpetuate those underlying conditions that lead to gang involvement or gang violence. We want to make sure that youth are given the opportunities to also hold a platform as experts of their own experience. So we have hosted an annual youth violence prevention conference known as My Life Story, where youth are given that position as conference leads, and they provide the education for our colleagues, and many of our departments have participated in this conference annually. We did not hold one this year in 2021. Obviously, planning due to the pandemic did cause a bit of an issue there, but we do intend to bring that back in 2022 as well. And this is hosted by our office here at the County Administrative Office, but it is in partnership with all of our local organized efforts such as CASP, the City of Seaside, and the District Attorney's Office, Health Department, and others as well. In North Monterey County, I do represent our county with the Community Alliance there, focused on college and career pathways. This particular alliance does hold many different other focus areas, including basically from cradle to career. But in my focus area there and my contribution there is focusing on developing pathways for college success or workforce development as well. Then we have, I mentioned some strategies within the City of Seaside Youth Violence Prevention Task Force. With the City of King, we did develop a youth violence prevention strategic plan, which included the development of a strategy that it continues to move forward successfully, and that is a youth diversion program, which is now operated by the Sun Street Centers. And it definitely provides an opportunity for the youth who come into contact with law enforcement for petty crimes or first, second, sometimes in some cases third offenses, to be able to take a holistic approach to address their needs and help prevent further involvement in the juvenile justice system or beyond. clearly a strategy that should be replicated throughout the rest of the county. Of course, resources are needed to be able to do that, but it definitely is something that has been successful in the past and continues to work well today. Next. And we do have a Victims of Crime Act, which is known as VOCA grant that we currently operate, and it does provide forensic training for individuals who are working in the SART program, the Sexual Assault Response Team, providing support and advocacy, as well as victims of crime services with the DA's office, and domestic violence and counseling services with the YWCA in Monterey County, a juvenile hall support and advocacy with our probation department, and foster care youth and volunteer training for through our partner with CASA, the Court Appointed Special Advocates of Monterey County, and then crime prevention with the cities of Seaside and the city of Greenfield as well. The next slide.
Okay, thank you very much, Rosemary. With that, I'd like to describe the results that we've achieved over the last decade, and then some of the challenges that more recently have occurred. This slide shows the number of domestic violence victims ages 10 to 24 over the past 5 years and compares that number to the participation in Safe Dates, our teen dating violence prevention program. So the green bars show the number of students participating in Safe Dates, and the yellow line tracks the number of DV, or intimate partner violence incidents, reported to the Salinas police, in which youth were the victims. Initially, we saw a decline in domestic violence reports as a number of students in Safe Dates increased. But the increase in violence in 2020 is a challenge that may be part of a trend we're seeing related to the pandemic. As a result of virtual learning, we may be seeing the difficulty of effectively reaching high school students during this past year. This graph shows the rate of youth who have been violently assaulted, again, between the ages of 10 and 24. In this count of violent assaults, we included simple and aggravated assaults, which consists of everything from a fist fight to a gunshot wound. The rate of victims of violent assaults has declined significantly since 2007. But in 2020, during the pandemic, we see an uptick for the first time in 12 years. This increase may also be related to the pandemic, when schools and after-school activities were closed and left youth with little to do and no supervision while parents were working. As we know, many of these parents were deemed essential workers and had to report to work. This graph shows the violent crime rate for California, Monterey County, and Salinas. Overall, the violent crime rate has declined significantly in Salinas, as shown in the orange line at the top. The county, shown in yellow, shows a slight uptick in 2020. We have no data from the FBI for Salinas in 2020 yet because it hasn't been released. But because Salinas represents about a third of the county population, one might assume that Salinas violent crimes also increased in 2020. The blue line represents the state, which also shows a slight uptick in the violent crime rate. Again, this increase in crime after years of fairly consistent declines may be related to the pandemic. Those organizations who prevent or reduce the violent crime rate really have to lean in going forward to interrupt this trend and continue the significant declines of the past decade. Over the past 5 years, homicide rates in Salinas have gone from their highest in 2015 to their lowest in 2020. So this is a graph of the Salinas homicide rates, again shown in orange, the county homicide rates, which you can see move in tandem with the Salinas rates, and then the blue line represents the state of California. This decline in Salinas is attributable to active street outreach, as Jose described, law enforcement strategies, and the implementation of CEPED, which I mentioned earlier. Again, in 2020, you see an uptick in homicides in California and Salinas. However, the county in yellow continued its decline in 2020. So in conclusion, and based on our experience, we are suggesting the following recommendations. Rosemary?
Thank you. The recommendations are to invest in health equity for all residents, continue to look at racial equity as an indicator as well. And then continue to look to develop economic and workforce opportunities for a livable wage, right? We need our youth to be able to come into these different workforces to be able to actually sustain themselves as well.
And Jose?
Yes, and we would like to recommend increased investment in early childhood initiatives. Prevention, as we know, does have the biggest return on investment. And we've seen that increased return just in investment in youth at the teenage years has already had a big payoff. And we know it have more in terms of early childhood, as well as prioritizing support services to re-entry population. Unless you are on active probation, there are not a lot of services for those leaving our jails and prisons. And they often have access to less services and opportunities in the regular world.
And finally, we'd like to ask you to continue your support for violence prevention and reduction. That concludes our presentation. And before I let you go, I'd like to welcome Julia Morato, who will replace me as coordinator of Strive, and she starts on Monday.
Thank you so much for the detailed presentation. That was clearly a lot of work has gone into ensuring that our community is safe, and the partnerships between different government jurisdictions as well as our nonprofits is really something phenomenal when you take a step back and look at it the way that it's been presented. I will call on Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I'd like to commend all of you, Rosemary and Jose and Linda, for all you've done in bringing all the resources together. You know, from a little historical, before say 2004, our focus wasn't on prevention, but it was on making sure that we got the bad kids in the right place and then put them in incarceration. And I know you talked about the creation of CASP, and I really appreciate Supervisor Alejo, who represents us on CASP, but that was created, you kind of touched on it, but I was part of the Community Safety Alliance that the City of Salinas set up. And so I was going to meetings there at 2 in the afternoon on every Tuesday. And then I was going to the program that Judge Price and Chief Probation Officer Manny Real had set up on Tuesdays at 7 in the morning. And we were working in silos because we talked about the City of Salinas, but they didn't have the resources to the and input into the county areas. And then the county, our biggest violence was in the cities. And so it took some time. It was me saying, I'm going to these 2 meetings and we need to bring them together. And it took some work to do that. But government agencies are good to working in silos, but not very good coming together, work together. And so I really commend, it made such a difference when we come together and say, let's start look at the root causes and looking at the early childhood development and the education there, because you can do so much if you reach there rather than trying to turn a kid around when he's 16 or 17 years old. So thank you for the report. Thank you for the direction that all of you have taken us in the right direction.
Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I'm glad we're having a conversation on this topic. It's been a while at the Board of Supervisors. Although in previous years it was always top of mind because of the severe struggles we were having in dealing with crime and violence in Salinas and throughout Monterey County. South County for a while had a major uptick as well. And I wanted this presentation to hopefully have us not just talk about what we have done over the last few years, because certainly 5 years ago, over the last 5 years, we were, as you rightly pointed out, we were among the top cities in the entire state with the highest rates of violent crime, especially among youth. And even on the policing side, just a few years ago, we had, I think, 4 or 5 consecutive officer-involved deaths, which also caused, additional violence in East Salinas after a protest. An officer was hurt, a young farm worker was shot in front of his family. Some really traumatic and hurtful times that our community has gone through. And so I think this presentation was about reflecting on what has worked well, and the fact that we have CASP. I think we're the only county that has a CASP-like group among our neighboring counties that meets every 2 weeks, not only to network, but to learn about what each of us are doing and where we could improve, and also really try to emphasize the best practices for our communities. And we have some model programs that Supervisor Phillips started at Rancho Cielo, and anybody who's been there could attest. These are the diversion alternative programs to having youth go into in and out of incarceration. So I hope though that some great work has done, but as you just pointed out, we're seeing an uptick. And I think it is related to pandemic, because we're seeing it in other parts of our country, that post-pandemic, we're seeing spikes in places like Atlanta or other larger cities that are having to deal with the same struggles. There was just a shooting here, a few blocks from my house on North Main Street and Chaparral. So this is concerning, and it should be a reminder to all of us that there is always much more to do. That yes, we've done some great work in Monterey County, but after seeing what is happening, youth getting shot, youth making wrong decisions and changing their life outcomes for the rest of their lives because of a bad decision they make, it should inspire us to do more and see what can we do in light of the uptick that we're seeing in recent times. And so I just wanted us to have this conversation here, but I know it's ongoing, and I do want to commend not only the work by probation, by our schools, which have really expanded a lot of after school and music and athletic programs, but also our police departments, which have really made some good changes within their department, hiring more bicultural, bilingual staff, people from the community, and that has really helped develop or instill greater community trust with the police department, because when crimes happen, we do need people willing to step forward and provide information. So that all goes hand in hand. And certainly a lot of nonprofits have done a lot of great work here. So I think there's a lot of people who really who could take credit for the significant drop in crime in Salinas. But now that we're seeing uptick, it's up to all of us to also recommit ourselves to do more and be strategic on where we put resources to hopefully turn that around and keep our neighborhoods safe, rather than seeing violent crime escalate more as we've seen in recent weeks. So with that, thank you everybody for bringing this, and I hope I pledge my commitment to do what I can to support the ongoing efforts and to always review what more can we do to make Salinas and Monterey County a safer place to live for our young people and our families. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo, and thank you for representing this board on the CASP board. That's such an important group with so many good things happening there. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. A couple of things, a quick walk down memory lane as well. I was head of United Way at that time, and we were staffing the Children's Council, and the executive committee that's from our side was Elliot Robinson and Judge Price, Manny Real, Nancy Katowski, and I think it was Len Foster at the time from the health department. We were the ones meeting at 7 in.the morning, and the other group from the city, as John had said, we're meeting at 2 in the afternoon. And I'm not so sure which ones ended up winning, but we ended up going with the 7 a.m. time frame. But it was a very exciting time because the circumstances in Salinas were so grim. Where I want to go today, though, is seeing that one of the the key drivers or the focuses that you want to take is to ensure that these programs could be spread throughout other parts of the county. And I know that there are places over on the peninsula that could very much be benefit from these, as well as in southern parts of our county also. And I was just wondering if there has ever been any kind of metric put on what sort of funding would be needed to see these kinds of programs that have been so successful in the city of Salinas. What sort of funding would it take to ensure that we could have that countywide?
Rosemary, I'm not sure if you're able to comment on that, and I'll just give a shout out to Rosemary. Through the CalGRIP funding in Seaside, we do have a Seaside Violence Prevention. It's a it's a blue ribbon task force that was put together by the previous police chief. It's been an incredible opportunity for multiple nonprofits, very similar to the CAST style, coming together with the school district to coordinate efforts. So we are working collectively, and Rosemary has been an absolute critical partner for the peninsula in terms of moving that effort forward. But Rosemary, if you wanted to add on anything to that.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor, for that question. I think to be able to quantify that, we'd need to take another look at what that dollar amount would be. Back when we first looked at a countywide initiative, we had an estimate at that time, which was in the $3.5 million range to bring forward various strategies throughout different parts of the county. Certainly, you have to tailor the strategies to the communities that they're going to serve, so it looks different for various parts of the region. But that would be an old figure. I think we'd need to look at it once again if we wanted to touch on, but yes, and there are different funding sources that are currently covering portions of those strategies, or some of those strategies throughout the county, but we would need to take a closer look at what that would be, Supervisor Adams, and we can certainly come back with a more accurate figure for an estimate for what it would take to be able to implement that across the county.
Thank you for your response.
Sure.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, I just want to thank Jose, Rosemary, and the entire team that it takes to make this happen, and share that the impacts aren't just in Salinas, as was lightly touched on in the presentation, but in the reality that we see every day in South County. The efforts that you make there, we're not living in bubbles. They do reverberate through our communities. There's foundational moments in every one of our careers, and one for me was the Beach Street shootings in King City, where some young men were killed in their garage. It was one that changed the way that I look at gang violence, and having seen the reduction in the overall number, I see the faces of those kids that were killed that day in every single number that is not on the chart. And I know that it started with a lot of work, and that work continues, but I just want to appreciate everything that's been done so far to reduce that pain, that anguish, that concern, and then to break that cycle for so many families. So know that the work that you're doing matters. Know that the work that you're doing continues to have great outcomes in my district, even though it might be focused in Salinas. And Jose, I know you're a Soledad resident, so you see those impacts as well. And we just thank you for your continued efforts. And I can't say thank you enough for all that you're doing, because it really is a countywide program, even if it's focused in Salinas at this point. So thank you.
Thank you all. I'm just so I think it speaks volumes to see the way that this work has really crossed everyone's paths and everyone's desk in so many different ways. Mary through United Way and through Rancho Cielo, and Luis, supporting CalGRIP funding at the state. Supervisor Lopez, your comments, the way in which the work of violence prevention really, it is deeply embedded into so much of our leadership, our local leadership here in Monterey County. I could speak to so many of the memories of early days of CASP, but the one thing I do want to highlight, and if we had the slide, the final slide that had recommendations for this board and actions that we can take, I think that funding, the ongoing funding of the work of violence prevention is critical, but this piece where it speaks to the Economic and workforce development for a living wage really jumps out at me as one of the biggest actions that we have authority and control over here where we sit on the Board of Supervisors. And the types of investments that we consider for economic development, the types of direction that we give our new economic development manager about the kinds of workforce development and economic growth that we want to see in Monterey County, and ensuring that people have a living wage, ensuring that families can care for their children, ensuring that there is opportunity for active and meaningful and rewarding engagement in our local economy, to me is one of the most significant actions that we have authority and ability to support here. So I would just like to call Richard Vaughn out and say, I hope, Richard, that this is something that you can double down on and join us in our work of violence prevention to help us identify where those opportunities for truly meaningful living wage employment and career growth are, so that we can continue to raise the standard of living and raise the bar for everyone in Monterey County. But that was one thing I wanted to really draw attention to, and also just to say thank you to everyone who's played a part in all of this. Supervisor Alejo, you've got your hand raised again.
Madam Chair, I know that I wanted to ask just Rosemary a quick question, because there was a recent high profile case on language access with our law enforcement agency. So I know that's true for our local police departments, our district attorneys, not only for when cases occur, but it's even afterwards when families are trying to figure out what happened. And maybe she could just quickly address that, and also the Natividad's Choice program.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor. Those are a couple of strategies that we are working on moving forward. Those strategies are still in development phases. Obviously, that the need for language access within our law enforcement partners came through quite clearly, especially for those who are speaking of the indigenous languages to Oaxaca, such as Mixteco, Triqui, Zapotec. And we also are working collaboratively with Natividad Medical Foundation, who operates their language access services there, as well as with Centro Binacional, CBDIO, we're working together to figure out how do we make this, bring a strategy to fruition to better support our law enforcement agencies as they engage with community in those particular. But we did find that there were language gaps throughout various parts of how our law enforcement partners operate, not just on a call or response to a call. And so we want to be able to address that. We also are looking and exploring at other partnership opportunities with the Choice program with Natividad Medical Center. They serve individuals who are being treated in their trauma center and providing individuals with access to services. But we do have multidisciplinary teams, both with CASP and the City of Seaside with the task force. And so there oftentimes can be some opportunities for collaboration there because of the overlap in the service, in the individuals that are being served, whether it be individuals directly or family members, et cetera. So we want to make sure that we build upon that opportunity to have better partnership there. A third strategy that I failed to mention and want to make sure that I do, because we're also seeing an increase in gun violence or gun use or access to guns as well. We do have a strategy that I've been working on with a local chapter of Moms Demand Action for guns. Be Smart, which is a educational strategy that helps to bring awareness to community members about access to guns, and especially there are households within Monterey County that legally own guns, but definitely there's opportunities there for increased education and awareness about the gun safety as well. So it's not a policy arm of that organization, it's more of their community education and awareness component. So those are three strategies that we're working towards within our violence prevention efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosemary.
Madam Chair.
Yep, sure.
Just the emphasis that we have to keep working, and we haven't got their thing. I was just received the text that there was a shooting in Salinas, North Salinas, and a young person was killed and another one was injured, just as we're having this discussion. So we still have some work to do.
I just mentioned that that's about 3 blocks from my house.
Oh.
I'm so sorry to hear that. All right, so at this point, I don't think we have any specific action here. This is receiving report, and I think we've had a good conversation with some reflection and opportunities for ongoing growth and work. Clearly, we know that Monterey County works together well when we have an issue that needs our attention. So I have faith that we will continue to engage in these partnerships for the benefit of our larger community. With that, we're going to recess to lunch. We will be. Oh, I don't think I called for public comment on that. I'm so sorry. Okay, let's do public comment on this item before we recess to lunch. Let me see who we have here. All right, we're going to start with Daryl and then Eloise.
I think that was a mistake on my part. My apologies.
Oh, no worries. All right. Well, thanks for joining us today, Daryl. Okay, next up, we'll go to Eloise, followed by Sonia.
Okay, good afternoon, Council, Board of Supervisors. This is Eloise Shim calling in, and I do want to weigh in a little bit about this topic of youth violence. In Salinas, there's also a lot of cold case murders are high. Hundreds of mothers have lost youth to gang violence, gun violence, and knife violence. So in Aptos, you had the dead teen and 2 teens on murder charges at the beginning of the year. Also, I wanted to say that so much taxpayer money goes to supporting organized crime, like the medical or legal marijuana, illegal marijuana. And I could have predicted 5 to 7 years ago when you were questioning opening this Pandora's box of cannabis in Monterey County as a business opportunity. So bullying really is the seeds that starts the youth violence, and you might consider October 17th to the 23rd is freedom from workplace bullying. You might consider that in the county as a starting point. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments today. Next up, we have Sonia.
Thank you. This is Sonia Kohler. And first, I just want to do a quick personal and professional with my many hats. Thank you to the CASP team, Rosemary, Jose, Linda, all your predecessors and collaborators. This county is stronger because of the work you do, and my small part and participation I'm proud of, and look forward to building that. And then also with my Bright Beginnings hat, just a very heartfelt thank you for hosting our Mamas de Salinas Abogan, giving them the supports they need administratively, and all the encouragement and capacity building over the years to help them do their work as well in the intervention. So a big thank you, and let's carry on.
All right, I don't see any other hands raised for public comment. So with that, I'll close public comment and we will bring it back to this board. We will receive this report. We will recess for lunch. We will reconvene back here at 1:30. Thank you all for the time and the work this morning.
Everything. Mic check. 1, 2, 3. Mic check. Looks good.
Valerie. This is Melanie with the HCD. I'm not sure if you can hear me. It looks like Jackie Nickerson is still waiting to be added as a panelist. I think she's in the attendees currently.
All right, thank you for bearing with us as we get started a moment late. All right, I think we are going to get started here. And again, my apologies for reconvening from lunch late. Could we get a roll call, please?
Good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Alejo and Lopez appearing via video conference and Supervisors Askew, Phillips, and Adams appearing in person.
We have Spanish interpretation services here this afternoon. Maria, would you Jocelyn, would you make an announcement, please?
Buenas tardes, Jocelyn Martínez, intérprete de español. Le anunciamos que bienvenimos su comentario en español. Por favor, antes de comenzar el comentario, pida los servicios. Gracias.
Great, thank you very much. We are live on Zoom today, and you are welcome to join us for public comment or to participate in the meeting. Our webinar ID number is 224-397-747. We are also live streaming onto YouTube and live streaming onto Facebook. However, I do understand that there are some technical challenges with the Facebook live stream this afternoon. So please do join us either on Zoom or on Facebook Live for the meeting today. Let's see. First scheduled item this afternoon is item number 9, receive an update on the County Habitat Resource Management Plan for the former Fort Ord. There is a revised board report that has been submitted for this item. And I believe there are copies at the front for anyone who needs one. And I would like to welcome Melanie Beretti and Jacqueline Nickerson to join us today for this presentation.
Thank you, Chair and Supervisors. My name is Melanie Beretti, and I'm with the Housing Community Development Department. My colleague Jacqueline Nickerson and I will be presenting today's item to you. In addition, our consultant Erin Harwain with Denise Duffy and Associates is also available to help us respond to any technical questions that you might have. Jackie, next slide, please. So when the professional services agreement and the update regarding the Fort Ord Habitat Resource Management Plan came to the Parks Commission as well as the board in April of this year, there was a request from the board, the commission, and some members of the public that we bring forward an item to discuss more broadly land use and open space recreation management matters for the former Fort Ord. So our staff is working with our colleagues in Public Works, Facilities and Parks and the Office of County Counsel to identify the scope and process to bring forward this broader discussion. And we do plan to return to the board after the first of the year. Today's item is focused on providing an update to the board regarding the county's Habitat Resource Management Plan, or RMP, for the Fort Ord lands, which is a requirement to be developed on lands that were designated for habitat protection per the Fort Ord installation-wide habitat management plan. So that was a part of the dissolution of Fort Ord and one of the conditions for the Army to be able to transfer all of the properties to the local jurisdictions and entities. So today we are specifically looking to the board for confirmation to move forward with the RMP development on Monterey Peninsula College lands, while staff continues to work with MPC to identify the amount and source of the college's fair share funding contribution to habitat management. We're also looking for input regarding the public participation plan for the RMP development, as well as any general input that the board may have regarding its development. So for now, I'd like to hand the presentation over to my colleague, Jacqueline Nickerson.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Jacqueline Nickerson with the Housing and Community Development Department. As Melanie mentioned, the former Fort Ord was an old Fort Ord military base that was decommissioned. and that was considered a major federal action. And the U.S. Fish and Wildlife then issued what's called a biological opinion in order to reuse and dispose of the property. The U.S. Army then completed what's called an installation-wide habitat management plan, which is for the prevention of habitat loss and for habitat management of the area. The installation-wide habitat management plan required for jurisdictions receiving property to complete a more site-specific habitat resource management plan for the area that they were receiving. So when the county received these parcels from the Army, these requirements were outlined within the deed restrictions of each property. Earlier this year, the Board of Supervisors approved a professional service agreement for the county to complete a habitat resource management plan with a consultant. The habitat resource management plan, also known as the RMP, includes only land specific to habitat management, such as habitat preservation and habitat corridor. These lands are indicated by the figure on the screen that are colored here. These lands here belong to the county, and then there's also this light area indicated by the arrow here that belongs to the Monterey Peninsula College. This is also identified within the scope of work of the professional service agreements. The plan covers approximately 1,500 acres of land owned by the county and 200 acres of land owned by MPC, also known as Range 45. Staff has entered into a right-of-way entry agreement with the Monterey Peninsula College, and currently the share of costs for MPC is approximately $70,000. Attachment C of your board report illustrates a letter received from MPC that discusses their inability to fund their portion of the resource management plan and calls out a few key documents that is also discussed in the detailed discussion of the report, such as assessments, the agreements, the land swap agreement, and the FORA transition plan. The assessment and the agreement allowed for modification to conveyance requests, which ultimately served as a mechanism to facilitate the East Garrison developments. This led into the land swap agreement between FORA, the county, and the Monterey Peninsula College. And as a result, the county and Monterey Peninsula College had increased developable and habitat acreages. And again, this also facilitated the East Garrison development. It is clear under the agreement and the FORA transition plan that MPC is to pay a fair share contribution for habitat management activities on these lands. However, per MPC's letter, they currently do not have any resources to contribute. The county is currently working on an arrangement with MPC to determine the best course for the work to be done. In the meantime, staff recommends the board to authorize the Housing and Community Development Department to utilize the current county's habitat management funds to pay for the portion belonging to MPC on their behalf, or until the contribution amount is determined. The county has had several kickoff meetings, one with a consultant and another with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife and Bureau of Land Management, to provide the next steps on the resource management plan as it moves forward. Thus far, we received good feedback from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife and have drafted what's called a public participation plan, which is also attachment A of your report. Our goal today is to receive input from the board and to move this public participation plan forward. The purpose of the participation plan is to identify the key timelines and the development of the county's resource management plan to allow the community, stakeholders, residents, interested parties, and other agencies the opportunity to provide feedback and input into the resource management plan, which supports the core values of our departments. The public participation plan provides an overview of the next steps to complete the plan, such as when data is being collected, when an environmental document will be prepared, and when staff anticipates to go before any hearing authorities for input. This figure on your screen illustrates the public outreach and engagement timing as it relates to the developments and process of the resource management plan. As you can see, staff anticipates to hold several stakeholder meetings, community meetings prior to bringing the plan forward to the Planning Commission and to the Board of Supervisors. The public participation plan also includes the point of contact for any needed information and has our department website for news on any updates and relevant information as it pertains to the plan. Staff would like to receive any input on recommended changes or suggestions to the plan as the board may deem necessary. In summary, it is recommended that the board receive an update on the county's resource management plan, authorize the housing and community development to utilize the county's habitat management funds to fund the development of the county's resource management plan for properties owned by MPC, and to provide input to the public participation plan and provide any further direction to staff. This concludes staff's presentation. Melanie, Aaron, and I are available for any questions you may have.
Great. Thank you, Jacqueline, and thank you, Melanie. Is there any questions or comments from my colleagues on the board?
I got my hand raised.
Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, first of all, thank you, Jacqueline, for your presentation. And it's good seeing additional staff come in and step up and help us with some of these pressing issues. But my obvious question is, what is MPC's fair share? And it seems kind of remarkable. Why would the county be paying for a share that is the responsibility of another local government entity? And I mean, it's not any. This was a really long process to delegate the lands and the responsibilities to many different entities after FORA went away. And these entities accepted these lands with knowing that they had a responsibility for their maintenance. And the conversation about the habitat management plan or the resource management plan was a long one and very expensive. And the question was whether we were going to have enough funding to pay for it over the many years that we have this responsibility. So MPC obviously accepted the 200 acres, knowing they had a responsibility, and we have limited funds even to pay our own obligations. So the question is, why? What is their share, and why would they be refusing to do something that they accepted to do not just a few months ago?
Jackie, let me take it. I have a little bit of the background on this one.
And
then you can add in. So no, thank you. I mean, through the chair. So you're right. These are lands that, these obligations came for all of us who received these lands. What I've observed with MPC is throughout the FORA since FORA was here, and throughout the FORA transition planning, the staff at MPC, there's actually a new staff that we're working with. And so part of it has been just their new staff taking time to come up to speed with what these obligations are, the new administrators to come to speed. And it was not laid out what a fair share contribution was. So both county and MPC went and really dove into the agreements to see if there was anything that could give us an indication. So the primary point, and as a result, no budget was put in place for MPC for this year, for this work. For whatever reason that happened, that is how it happened. So we find ourselves at a point where staff is going to work on essentially what we don't have is all the numbers for. Obviously we don't know the cost of implementation until we get the RMP in place. So what we have right now are the cost estimates just for the development of the RMP. There are some efficiencies that MPC can benefit from by moving simultaneously with ours. It does not have to, it can always be an add-on later. So it was in part just for those efficiencies to keep things moving forward that staff's recommendation was to continue. And staff would anticipate that a fair share contribution, we would try to work creatively with MPC as well to help find different ways to fund that, both through direct budget requests at MPC, as well as access to grants, as well as potentially as we get to implementation where their fair share contribution could be through internships and others that are funded through MPC that help benefit the county. So there are different creative ways that we're also looking at to try to develop other than just direct cash payment for MPC to contribute its fair share contribution.
But
Jackie, do you have anything to add? Did I miss any details there?
No, that's correct.
Yeah, but in a ways, then what I'm having a hard time understanding is they accepted this knowing that it came attached with these responsibilities. Otherwise, if they were not going to have the funding or be willing to do the work to maintain the property or contribute to the management plan, they would have declined and perhaps allow another entity to assume responsibility for it. So in this case, they accepted it for whatever reasons and now are unwilling to put the money forward because despite not being in their budget, they do have contingencies as well, and they could always place it on an agenda and have their board vote to approve their funding. In the alternative, they could vote to have us cover it, but that they would reimburse that amount in next year's budget. I don't hear any of those kind of solutions coming in, and it seems like if we pay now, we're basically rewarding I think bad behavior by not putting in their fair share, and that will continue to be. All you have to do is say we're not going to pay for anything, and then we're going to assuming that the county's going to pick up that cost, and that just kind of doesn't seem like the right approach. We should be hearing some other ideas or strategies coming from MPC, which seems like a very small amount, and looking at the amount of acreage compared to the counties. They benefit by putting in their small contribution towards it, and not simply saying we're not going to contribute anything and let the county pick up on its tab when we are over the term of our responsibility are going to be cash strapped as well.
Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, Melanie, maybe you can the background, but I seem to remember when we were winding down Fora that we talked about this, and it seemed like MPC had another piece of property that the county wanted to exchange with that, and so in the course of doing that, and since the county was getting the lion's share of the HCP, the money was coming in. It seemed to me we kind of said, well, the portion for MPC would be supplemented by the county, the money that county was getting from HCP. But Melanie, can you explain that a little bit better than I did, or am I wrong?
So I think so two separate things. I think one with regards to properties of interest, the MPC, that I am not recalling any discussions specifically related to any properties that perhaps could be additionally swapped or otherwise arranged to help meet these obligations or provide funding. There were separate discussions related to the Veterans Cemetery that I am aware of, and I'm not sure if that's perhaps what you're speaking of, but none related to MPC. With regards to just for the board's kind of recollection as well, at the time when Fora was dissolving, Fora as an agency made the decision to distribute they had been collecting their community facilities district funding and putting a portion of that away to fund habitat management responsibilities. It was intended that would go as a part of the base-wide habitat conservation plan that never took place. And so when they distributed those funds, the Fora board made a very conscious decision to only distribute the funds to the landholding jurisdictions, not to the colleges and universities. So with regards to the approximately $13 million that the county received, that was consistent with those funds being collected from development within the unincorporated areas in part, and therefore Fora's decision to distribute it. So there really weren't other discussions specific to MPC's contribution. There were some discussions because Fora had agreed as a part of these historical agreements to do the implementation of habitat management based on MPC contributing funds to that effort. And that's the extent of the kind of the history that I have. So it really just got left unresolved. And essentially we're at a point where if we're gonna bring Monterey Peninsula College along with our RMP, the timing would be for us to do that now as opposed to wait, but we can also wait, and staff will continue to work with MPC to resolve this issue of funding.
Thank you, Melanie.
Thank you.
And I'm just going to jump in. I think MPC made it clear in the letter that was attached to this board item that when FORA was dissolved, the voting entities did decide not to allocate any money to MPC for habitat management, despite the fact that they do have land that needs to be managed. Additionally, I'm going to reference on page 256 of the attachment, item number 15, references that, again, the responsibility that MPC has to habitat management, but does not reference anything about a fair share contribution. So I think that we need to work with MPC to give them a chance to take a look at how they can participate in this. I generally, Alejo, I would be right there with you that we've had a lot of time to plan to know that there would be some costs associated, but the original assumption was always that FORA would have responsibility to manage the MPC habitat lands. And so with the dissolution of FORA, some of the conversations that have gone back and forth did contemplate that the county would assume that responsibility. So I think that moving forward at this point, to keep everyone aligned to ensure that the land does have a coordinated management, habitat management plan, it would make sense to direct county staff to proceed as the staff recommendation here outlines, while continuing to engage in a conversation with MPC, given all of the changes that have transpired in the past year. So I want to weigh in on those things. I also want to just very clearly disclose that my chief of staff is on the MPC board of directors. They've not had any conversation about this. All of these conversations have been purely at a staff level. So I want to assure that there is no conflict of interest. We've consulted with our county council as well on that point. In terms of the feedback about or input into the public participation plan, I do think that there are quite a few local organizations that would be very interested in participating in that public participation process. I would want to make sure, of course, that we find a way to get the website with information more prominently posted rather than having it embedded within the HCD website, so that it's a clear, easy link that we can direct people to. I know that individuals who are currently interested can sign up for project notifications by emailing or calling Jackie Nickerson, but having a really clear and direct sign up online, I think would be really great. I also want to make sure that we've got District 4 and District 5 on that list, since this land does touch both districts. I want to make sure that we have the East Garrison Community Services District, the East Garrison HOA, Morca, the cities of Marina, Delray Oaks, Seaside, the community organizations of sustainable communities for Monterey County, including Sustainable Seaside, Sustainable Marina. I didn't see CSUMB called out specifically in the document. The folks working on FORTAG, I think, are also very relevant given the proximity. And I look forward to working with staff, having my team work with staff as well on some of the additional outreach efforts. These properties are beloved by our community. We've had 1.5 million visitors this past year visit Fort Ord lands for recreation, and making sure that we're doing our part to preserve and protect this habitat is a priority for me. So I'll pass it over here. Mary Adams, Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. Just a couple of thoughts, just piling on to what you just were talking about, Wendy, regarding the public participation. I have a couple of other entities that I think we need to ensure and involved with the public hearings, and that's the Monterey Peninsula Regional Park District, and then the park staff from Public Works Facilities and Parks, the Big Sur Land Trust, and the Resource Conservation District for Monterey County. And then going back to what Supervisor Phillips had said, my recollection is very much the same as yours, which I think is outlined in the Monterey Peninsula College letter, because under alternatives 2 and 3, they could have gotten funding, but we all went for alternative 1 that had the funding all coming to the county with the understanding, whether it was written on paper or not. But I expected that we were going to be taking care of the MPC parcel in the overall resource management plan that the county was going to be doing, since we had the bulk of the land. Did want to ask though, if anyone can tell me if there's a plan to talk about the goals and objectives for the entirety of the county's Fort Ord lands prior to the board just giving direction at the end of the process. I don't know if those kinds of conversations are going on at this point, but I think it would be helpful if we as a board had an overview of some of the key elements and the strategies and the options that we have for this, as Wendy had said, this very big piece of land. I don't know if we've got an overall plan for it. My hope is that that we do, and that we will be, or if we don't, that we'll start looking at different options that might be available to us to really come up with a comprehensive view of what we're going to do with all of that, with all of the Fort Ord land that we have been given to ourselves. So that's one of the thoughts that I had on it.
If I may, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Melanie.
Yeah, if I may, Chair, just respond to that last point Supervisor Adams makes. So yes, that broader discussion, because it's fairly complex. That is what I was referring to. That staff, we are actively working with County Council and Public Works, Parks and Facilities to kind of scope and organize the best way to bring forward that broader Fort Ord lands discussion. That's why we just focused today just on this, the Habitat Resource Management plan, because that is a regulatory requirement or an obligation with the deeds. So we do plan to come back. I will, since it was brought up, I will take a moment to say one thought that staff has had is it might be helpful. I know that the Fort Ord Committee was dissolved, but staff did want to suggest it could be helpful to have a subcommittee that we could vet some of those pre-discussions about Fort Ord lands ahead of bringing it to the full board. That being said, we also, some of these, because they're related to planning and other elements, also might appropriately come through the Planning Commission as well. So that's what we're at the process right now, to kind of work out the best process by way to move those discussions forward and ultimately with the board and involving the community.
Madam Chair, with that in mind, I know we've not gone out to the public yet, but when the time is right, I would approve that we initiate the resource management plan work on MPC properties, and that we ask the public participation plan to include an interim check and check in and report to the board prior to the finalization of the public draft.
Great. I think Supervisor Lopez has had his hand raised for a while. We'll go to Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just curious, there was no numbers in the report itself. What are we talking about? What's the number with and without the MPC portion? I think that's my biggest question, to understand how much we're proposing to assist MPC here. I don't remember the discussions about, that we would take care of this. So for me, I want to understand what that financial impact is to the county.
Jackie, can you take that one?
Yes. So the overall cost to complete for the county that was approved back in April was about a little bit over 600,000, and 100,000 of that was allocated to facilitate East Garrison and MPC. But in regards to MPC's property alone, that cost is about $70,000 just to complete the resource management plan, not for implementation or for CEQA related processes.
Okay, so 70 just for the planning. I just feel more comfortable asking them for that, knowing that, they've received ARPA like we have. There's funding out there right now for our organizations, and just starting with offering it out of the gate, I think is given the financial position we're in, I'd prefer to request that partnership and with that 70,000. Thank you.
Great. And we do need to go out to public comment. I see Supervisor Alejo's hand, and I just want to clarify my comments. I absolutely think we need to engage in conversation with MPC about the fair share portion. I just don't think that we should allow it to delay us from getting this process started. Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, just around those same lines, because it was made clear that not even the MPC board has even had this conversation. So it seems like that should be step one, that they have a conversation, they're able to look at their budget. Every community college has contingencies, not to mention the ARPA funding that went directly to community colleges. And if we start with 70 now, that's just a start. There's a lot more ongoing costs and responsibilities. And if they cannot, with every land comes the responsibilities and costs. It wasn't like they weren't. It's not like they didn't know that they're going to have to pay some costs, and it certainly wasn't on the county, and it's still not. It's clear that it's not a responsibility of ours. But if they cannot manage or they're unwilling to pay the cost that is needed for their management plan, perhaps one option for them would be is to deed over that property to the county. If we're going to pay, if we're going to pay for the responsibilities, it seemed that it should be done in a process where we actually have the responsibility if they are unwilling to do that. And that is certainly one option that they should discuss among many, including being able to pay back, if not in this current fiscal year, that they would pay back in next year's and actually plan for that. So it seems like there's various options that are reasonable that the board has not even had a chance to discuss in public yet.
Thank you. With that, we'll take it out to public comment. For anyone who's joining us, please raise your hand so that I can call on you. Is there any public comment in the audience today on this item? Okay, I don't see anyone coming up to the dais in the chambers, so we'll go online. Anyone online, please raise your hand so that I can call on you. Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. And I think Supervisor Adams had a slightly varied motion on what staff was recommending. Do you want to make that as a motion? Could you restate that?
Yes, I would move that we approve initiating the RMP work on the MPC properties and asks that the public participation plan include an interim check-in report to the board prior to finalization of the public draft.
I'll second that.
Yeah, but this is just committing us to the 70,000 for the study and for the not for implementation, correct?
I think the staff recommendation, if I'm can jump in, at least what I'm seconding is that we're asking staff to work with MPC on determining what the fair share portion is and how they would and when they would be able to contribute to that.
Okay.
I'm not suggesting that we take just broadly take that on. They need to be able to have that conversation and find the right way to work with us. So to engage in those conversations, start moving forward, keep us updated as we proceed. Right, so with that, we have a motion from Supervisor, and I see Supervisor Alejo and Supervisor Lopez with hands raised. Is there additional discussion?
No, I just wanted to, for that clarification, if we're not making a commitment to any money at this point, only to continue further and let them have that conversation first, I could support the motion.
And
Yeah,
Supervisor Lopez?
I'm looking for that same clarification. So we're not saying that we're assuming that responsibility, that we're going to have another chance to vote on this before the work is initiated on those parcels that are not the responsibility of the county. Is that correct?
Well, I think that the intent is, at least the intent as I'm articulating it, I just articulated it, is that we would begin to work begin with the resource management plan, authorizing HCD to engage in conversation with MPC about how to handle their fair share of contribution, but not to delay the process until that's totally finalized. So I think having them bring us back updates as to where we're at in that conversation would be what I'm anticipating.
But the scope of the work is my question. Are we initiating the work with that parcel in the work? Before that, during that conversation. So either way, we're doing that work. That's $70,000 worth of work.
Yep, that's what I'm proposing. That we would begin down that path. Elaborate it all or specify exactly what the staff recommendation was intended to mean.
Yeah, I don't think I could support the motion with that, because that's basically doing the work and assuming the cost already without them even having the MPC board hasn't even had a conversation about why would we be moving forward when they could easily put it on the agenda for this month and us be able to bring this up the meeting after that. And I don't know why there's no rush by taking 2 more weeks to allow them to have that conversation so we have greater clarity. on what they actually willing to do.
Melanie or Jackie, can you elaborate on the staff recommendation?
Yes. Sorry, Melanie, I'll go ahead. So it is currently to authorize staff to utilize the current habitat management funds to pay for MPC's portion while we work out the fair share contribution that MPC is to pay. So the intent is to have that fair share contribution reimburse any costs that the county has paid on MPC's portion of the RMP.
Okay,
And if I can add just a slight point of timing and clarification, just for the board's consideration, if you, in looking at the timing for the project, we've missed the biological window for doing surveys for this year on MPC's property. So some of the significant costs are related to those biological surveys and detail which would be delayed until early spring next year, like winter, early spring. And also the next steps would be stakeholder meeting, community workshops, which would be costs that we would be incurring anyway. So I think that from a timing perspective, if to try to help kind of meet in the middle, I think that realistically, before we would have any, we would be able to continue work, and before we would have any substantial MPC specific expenditures, we have a few months where we could work with MPC and get before their board to have that discussion before we'd likely have those expenditures.
Melanie, just one point that they sent us their letter on August 13th. I mean, this could have came to our meeting in late August, anytime in September. We're 6 weeks out. It seems like it should have came earlier to at least discuss this important piece that would have allowed their board also to have the conversations many weeks ago. It seems like there's a delay, but I mean, this should have been, for something like this, it should have came to allow more time for those conversations to take place. And we lost precious time here because of that. It hasn't been put on their agenda nor ours until now.
Yeah, we did. And really from our perspective, the reason for that, we did get the letter in August. It was a fair amount of research and back and forth with county council with that research to understand that history related to the fair share contribution and all of that. So we took the time to make sure we were thorough on the background of all the agreements, and we had that thorough understanding. And that's what really took that delay for bringing it forward to you all.
Sorry, Melanie or Jackie, if you can't come to an understanding agreement with MPC on the fair share, is there an opportunity to come back to this board to revise what you're proposing?
Yeah, I think what I'd recommend, and is that we use this. We reach out. Like I said, we wouldn't expect really substantial expenditures until early spring with regard to MPC. So that does still afford us time to reach out to MPC to look to bringing an item forward. We'll bring this discussion forward to them as well. And we can certainly return before significant expenditures. I think where we would have some expenditures is, for example, we would want to make sure that we're including MPC and their parcels as a part of any public and community outreach that we would do in the meantime. But again, that's very negligible added effort for effort that we're already going to be taking.
All right, so I think we have a motion on the table actually at this point, so we need to vote on that motion, and then if there's a desire to have a second action, we can move forward with that. But let's take a roll call vote on the motion that's on the table.
Supervisor Alejo?
No.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
No.
Supervisor Adams? Aye. And Chair Supervisor Root Askew?
Aye. All right, the motion carries. So we'll look forward to getting an update from staff and to look forward to working more closely on the development of the outreach plan in the community. Next up, we have item number 10, which is to introduce waive reading and set October 19th, 2021 at 10:30 as the date and time to consider the adoption of an ordinance amending chapter 7.90 of the Monterey County Code to allow permitted cultivators to modify the total canopy area of any cultivation or nursery operation in their commercial cannabis permit on 2 occasions during the permit's annual term if certain criteria are met. We have Joanne Iwamoto and Miles Enrique here with us today to give a brief presentation. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Chair Askew, members of the board. Joanne Iwamoto, Cannabis Program. Here with me today is Miles Etchnick, Cannabis Analyst. We are here to present amendments to Monterey County Code Chapter 7.90. Staff proposes minor cleanup amendments to the CMB application submittal from 90 to 45 days, and the agency responsible by removing the RMA. The significant proposed amendment is revising the square footage modification from a 1 to 2 times per fiscal year or annual term of the cannabis business permit. Thank you. The compelling reasons for the proposed square footage modification is due to the wholesale pricing and growing conditions. There have been adverse effects to the wholesale pricing. There have been substantial declines experienced statewide. Articles from industry publications substantiate these claims, which is your attachment B. The supply and demand issue. Operators requesting tax relief and increased flexibility, which is your attachment A. The market conditions are a factor, and our operators have learned cultivation and how to cultivation by the past year's experience. Winter months have climate challenges, and because of the decreased sunlight, it negatively affects the plant development in the way of yields, quality, THC content, and then lower profitability. It is important to note that the industry is required to enter all data from seed to sale in metric. In the past, we have identified inconsistencies with price point data being entered. To this end, CCA can provide monthly wholesale pricing at an average, but this is not possible when data is unreliable. As an example, currently in the platform, which is the CCA database that's used to manage metric for us, we have seen a drop in wholesale price points from June to August, that being at a high of $1,230 per pound to August being $867. Next slide. So here's the process for our industry. The cannabis business permit, as I mentioned, is an annual term. When the permittee receives the permit initially or upon renewal, they will identify the square footage for nursery and cultivation. Our current process allows the permittee to modify 1 time during the fiscal year or the annual term of the permit. Since most of our industry does not have a CNV yet, they register with the cannabis program prior to each fiscal year. And what they're doing is they are registering for their nursery and cultivation square footage, as well as providing their state licenses. In November of 2019, this board approved an amendment to allow 1 modification. Historically, these are the modifications that have been approved that are on your screen. In 1920, there were 22 modifications, 5 to decrease and 17 to increase. In fiscal year 21, there were 31 modifications, 7 to decrease and 24 to increase. For this current fiscal year, we have received a total of 6 modification requests to date, and 3 have been approved. With that being said, it is a decrease of approximately 89,188, with a decrease in revenue to be about approximately 260,000. Next slide. So just quickly to recap what the program has presented in the past for projected figures, and this is for cultivation only. We projected square footage, which includes nursery, indoor, and mixed light, to be approximately 4.9 million, with a proposed estimated cannabis tax revenue of approximately 19 million. Next slide. It's important that I review the steps to modify so that you understand the impacts to staff. So the operator will submit a request and the program then reviews the first thing we do is we issue a letter to acknowledge the request. We review all related permits, correction notices, the good standing criteria, which is your attachment C. We ensure that the account is not tax delinquent. And then we do reach out to the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office for them to review the modification request as well. If the modification request is approved, the program must conduct a site inspection to verify the canopy, whether it's been increased or decreased. We also need to verify metric. If they're decreasing and they're not going to be using licenses, we need to make sure that the product has been transferred out. The operator pays the modification fee. The program then issues a letter of approval that states the previous square footage as well as the modified square footage. And the very important point is the effective date. The internal systems need to be updated. It's not about a stroke of a button. There are several spreadsheets that need to be updated for tax projections and again for performance indicators. If a C&B has been issued, it needs to be reissued. So it needs to be again modified and then printed out, laminated and then given to the operator. And the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office, they too have their own set of spreadsheets, exception systems that need to be updated as well. And I just want to point out the Treasurer Tax Collector, currently each of the 3 staff positions are funded at 0.66. They are not full-time equivalent positions. Next slide. And lastly, just to kind of recap the benefits. So there is the staff, we do understand the benefits to the second modification, but there are challenges. And those are that there are impacts to the program, to the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office, and to the inspection staff as well. There is the impact to the cultivation tax revenue in the current fiscal year and beyond. And there is the uncertainty of this, is this a seasonal decline? Is this a correction that we're seeing that is kind of like a one-time, or is this a permanent market condition? And that will be forthcoming in the months ahead. Next slide. And so with that, we conclude our presentation and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for doing the work that recognized the need to make some of these changes. I'll bring it to my colleagues on the board for discussion. I don't see any hands raised. We'll take it out to public comment for any public comment on this item. We don't have anyone in audience. I have one hand raised, have a couple of hands raised on Zoom. Okay, if you'd like to make public comment on this item, please raise your hand now so that we can call on you. We have 1:30 on the clock for public comment, and I would just respectfully ask that you watch the clock so that I don't have to interrupt anyone. We'll start with Christina, followed by Michelle.
Hi there, my name is Christina DePacey. I run Monterey Tilth. We are a mixed light greenhouse cannabis operation over off Encinal Road. We have 210,000 square feet. It is very, very, very helpful for us to be able to modify our square footage seasonally, multiple times a year. Twice a year would be fantastic. And I really hope that you guys seriously consider it and help us out. The market is awful, and we need all the support that we can get from the Board of Supervisors and from the cannabis program to survive this. So thank you so much. That's all I have.
Thank you. Next up, we have Michelle, followed by Eloise.
Michelle's usually really good.
Can you guys hear me?
We've got you. Thank you for joining us, Michelle.
Yes, hi. Thank you guys so much. Michelle Hackett, owner operator of Riverview Farms. So to summarize where we are as an industry, the market has completely tanked. I know that market is subject to time of year and can ebb and flow like any commodity. However, there are many cultivators that are struggling to keep their doors open, let alone pay taxes and stay compliant. With the canopy adjustment allowing us to modify at least twice a year, please know that this is out of necessity, not out of want. Riverview Farms is requesting and has already formally put in the request to turn off all of our cultivation on our second property in hopes of riding this storm out. Obviously, we would love to turn that canopy on as quickly as possible so that we can continue to bring in jobs, tax revenue, and this will change. I want to encourage everyone to understand the market will rebound and we will want to add additional canopy. On property 2, we have future plans of expansion to at least put another 100 to 110,000 square feet. So this is both positive and adjusting with the market. One-time adjustment is not feasible for canopy adjustment. Look at the agricultural field. The fields go fallow for 6 months out of the year. Canopy is the same for cannabis. We need your guys' support, and I appreciate Joanne bringing this to your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Next up, we have Eloise, followed by a phone number ending in 103.
Okay, this is Eloise Shim speaking on this issue. So the canopy tax modification for cultivators, in my opinion, is extravagant. Regulations with various agencies are complex, and this amendment would make a complex process more complex in order to relieve cultivators from their tax burden. Parents that want to modify their burden from child support payments when they need to be relieved from strangling debt don't get relief from their payments to reflect their economic needs. So why should lucrative cannabis businesses get expensive tax breaks? Thank you.
Thank you for joining us today, Eloise. Next up, we have the phone number ending in 103, followed by Mike. And to unmute from the phone, I believe you'll have to press *6. Thank you for joining us.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Thank you for joining us.
Okay, this is Chris Boggs with Waverider Nursery, and I just wanted to call in briefly to reiterate what Christina and Michelle have already spoken on. The market conditions right now are horrendous. I did write one of the letters that was included with this, but I wouldn't be too far off writing another letter today saying that things are even worse now. We're entertaining offers of $400 to $500 a pound right now for stuff that last year would have been north of $1,200 a pound. And it is relentless, and there's blood in the water. Everybody's scrambling right now, and there's definitely going to be players that fall out. And giving us this extra flexibility on the canopy is definitely going to be very helpful for some. But I think just every operator is different, and we're doing what we can to not have to do that, but it might come down to it. And I would just reiterate, I'm not sure if anybody said it yet, but the amount of jobs that are at stake right now, if these cannabis companies start leaving the valley, we keep a lot of people employed year round. And if we're really struggling and if we can't keep the doors open, there's going to be a lot less jobs. And I appreciate the county's time to look at this issue. And I know this has been something that we've had to look at over and over, the tax rates, but this truly is a major market correction. And I mean, we're seeing prices drop right now further than we've ever seen. And there's just too much supply out there. And so to be competitive, we need to have less costs. And we're graciously asking you guys to help support us in that. So thank you
for your comments today, Chris. Next up, we have Mike Ferguson.
Yes, good afternoon, and thank you. First, I'd like to just agree with the other speakers before me, or the majority of them. The price compression in the market is absolutely real. I think every single cultivator you talk to would agree with that. We're substantially below where we were at last year or the year prior. And the winter is coming up, and winter is absolutely a challenging period of time for cultivators. Even with lights, yields drop dramatically, up to 60%, depending on the infrastructure you have in your greenhouses. So it's a very tough time of year for cash flow and just to operate a business and keep it above water. Secondly, this ability to be able to turn off a little bit of canopy is really, just a very basic aspect, of operating a business that we as agricultural business operators should be able to do. I know, marijuana is a new crop and has a lot more regulation and compliance than any other plants on the planet, but this is really a very minor ask and a very basic business item. Thirdly, as my time's about to expire, these operators are, myself included and everybody else who's spoken, are deactivating canopy, and that's going to happen whether or not the county allows a second adjustment. But allowing a second adjustment will actually help the county because everybody will want to reactivate before the end of the fiscal year, which will actually yield higher tax revenue for the county. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike. Next up, we have Joey Espinoza.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
We can. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks. I just wanted to say that one of the things that a lot of us are fearful about is typically we're used to seeing the price drop as we get into October, November, December. But we're not used to seeing it drop when we're getting into July, August, and September, which is what's happening this year. Usually people, do a good enough job of making money those summer months in order to survive the winter. And this year, it's going to be very tough because we saw the prices that you normally see in October happening, several months beforehand. And it's only going to get worse as we have these outdoor crops coming on. So the ability to amend is extremely important. Not just to decrease, but honestly to even increase and to be able to turn it back on. Because if we were to decrease in the winter, we wouldn't be able to turn it back on until July with the current regulations. So having that ability to come back online around February, March, and April is essential for us to take advantage of those months where the outdoor starts to fade away and hopefully the prices bounce back a little bit. I mean, I guess we'll all see what happens next year. In a typical business, if you're getting paid, if you're in tax receipts, you're paying taxes based on the success of your business. But obviously with the square footage model, it's a little bit tricky for us to have taxes that accommodate how well or not our business is doing. So allowing this is going to be a good first step to keeping the cannabis industry here in Monterey County. And thank you for your time.
Thank you for joining us today, Joey. And if I can just jump in, say congratulations on the growing family, your growing family. I don't see any other hands raised, so we will bring it back to the board. I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the board for action. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. Thanks to the cannabis team very much for your presentation. It was thorough, as everything always is when it comes from you guys. So thank you for that. And also for the comments of the people involved in the industry. I think given the declines in pricing and the uncertainty in the market, it seems like a reasonable approach really to provide some additional market flexibility, additional flexibility for the growers. And as we've said before, this is a nascent market. It's still adjusting, and we should not be relying on or expecting cannabis revenues to be stable at this point in the industry's development. I think if you were to go back, if the growers were to go back and talk to some of the early Salinas Valley farmers, they probably would have the same experiences to share. So with the information we've received today, I'm supportive of this proposal and would recommend recommend to approve staff recommendation.
Great, and I'll second that. So we have a motion, a second, motion from Adams, a second from Askew. Any other, Supervisor Alejo?
I'll let Supervisor Lopez go first, please.
Happy to jump in. Just want to thank the supervisors who motioned and seconded here. This is, as you said, an emerging industry with many of those jobs coming to folks here in South County, and so I think this is going to help preserve those jobs. And I look forward to continuing to work with the industry to make sure that we're as competitive as we can be. I know many of the rural counties throughout California are where cannabis is being grown. So I had some really great conversations with a lot of the delegates from throughout the state of RCRC who were here last week about cannabis, and everybody's trying to stay competitive. So I think we have to remain nimble as well. And this is an opportunity to assist in keeping our industry here locked in Monterey County, where we know our most valuable asset is our people. And so what we provide is an amazing workforce. And I think that'll always give us the competitive edge, but this tool will also help. So thank you.
Supervisor Lopez, since this is in your district, if you prefer to make the motion, I would be happy to back off and allow you to do so.
No, I'm good with you guys making the motion, Mary. I'm just thankful for the support.
Supervisor Alejo?
Yeah, I'm supportive as well. Obviously, it's not a new industry at this point. We've had several years under our belt already, and there's a lot of expertise that's been developed, but it's still a volatile market. But I would encourage members of the public. I know our local leaders already saw there was an article in late August already warning about what was happening throughout California, but it really lasered in on, I believe, Santa Barbara County and Monterey. And it looked at the statewide picture, and it's a conversation that I think the industry has to have among itself, right? And I know there's still legal challenges with the black market. The industry has followed the rules, the regulations, but there's the question of is California overproducing? And as a result, that article in Forbes even talked about there's going to be a bloodbath because maybe a lot of businesses are not going to be able to stay afloat. They point out that the amount of cannabis that is being grown is 3 times what they can sell in the dispensaries in the legal market. So obviously that's going to cause at some point a crisis for the industry. I think they point out, looking at old numbers, that the state's appetite for cannabis was about 2.3 million pounds, and now that as of the summer of this year, we're growing 3 times that amount. So that's the concern there, right? There was a lot of investment in the industry, a lot of businesses went up. Those who could expand canopy, did so, and in turn that also helped local governments. But at some point, the market has to balance itself out to make sure that what is being grown is meeting what consumers are actually going to purchase. Otherwise, the overproduction is going to continue to cause a dramatic drop in prices. And so that needs to be part of the conversation here locally throughout California and other cannabis growing counties. Otherwise, this crisis is not going to go away. As long as there is significant overproduction, the prices are going to continue to be as low as we're seeing them. And then does it incentivize people to go to the black market instead of going to purchase at a local dispensary? So those are real parts of this conversation. I just wanted to raise them here. I certainly want to be able to be continue to be helpful to our industry and keep people working and keep businesses and tax revenue going. And so that's where we got to this point where we have to consider these changes to our program if we are going to allow modifications to be made to make sure that businesses could stay afloat during these down periods that we're seeing. And I know the staff report pointed out that perhaps going into the winter, that the canopy grow drops off, but then picks up again in the spring. And we do have tools to be able to do audits and make sure that people are properly reporting areas that they're growing. I know some past enforcements have proven that to be true and to be effective. And so, but I just wanted to say that it has to be a larger conversation, not only locally, but throughout the state about what is, how we're going to address the overproduction issues in the state of California. Thank you.
All right, with that, we have a motion from Adams, a second from Askew, and we'll take a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. Motion carries. So moving on to item number 11, our CAO comments and referrals. And I do just want to do a quick time check. It is about 3 o'clock, and I know we have some hard ends for a few supervisors today at 5 o'clock. So that leaves us with about 2 hours to work our way through the rest of our agenda items. So with that, Charles.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate the opportunity today to talk about referrals and comments, and I have no new referrals and no board comments, so that makes it easy. And if you're ready, we can move on to the next item. If Mr.
Yep, I
Lund-
think I have to call for public comment on your no comments or referrals. So is there any public comment on Charles McKee's lack of comment or referrals today? I don't see any hands raised, so we'll close public comment and we can move on to item number 12.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So item number 12 is to receive a preliminary analysis report on a revision to an original board referral on short-term rentals, board referral 2016.02, requesting that HCD Housing Community Development Department address the enforcement of unauthorized short-term rentals and potential funding sources to cover the cost. And as you can see by the report submitted by Mr. Lundquist, your director of HCD, looking at short-term rentals in the code compliance context, it fits into that matrix of how they address code compliance in a way that makes sure that we have health and safety issues up front and addressing those as a kind of their primary concern, and then working through the phases. So Mr. Lundquist has provided a report, and we'll kind of walk through some options that he has. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Lundquist.
Thank you, Mr. McKee. Chair Askew, members of the board, staff. Clerk, would you mind promoting Josh Bowling and Melanie Beretti, who are also here from HCD to help support this item? As CAO mentioned on August 24th, 2021, Supervisor Adams amended a referral 16.02 to request that the board receive a proposal from HCD to address the implementation of enforcement at this time and the potential funding sources to cover the costs. The report that you will receive today will focus on the costs as well as current code enforcement activities related to short-term rentals. So let me share my screen here. We can just run through staff's presentation. And here we go. Okay, we're live now. So a bit of background. Prior to 2016, then RMA, now HCD, had a working group that looked at short-term rental ordinances. The Planning Commission began its review in 2016, the fall and winter of. In 2017, the Board of Supervisors reviewed a draft ordinance. Then in 2018, there was some discussion about enforcing the short-term rentals that currently exist throughout the county through a referral from Supervisor Alejo. There was some subsequent discussion about that referral and whether to enforce in advance of the ordinance. At that time, the discussion led to having host compliance provide a service to the county to register those short-term rentals that were out of compliance and that a neighbor or other interested party could report on. We furthered work on the short-term rental ordinance through the Planning Commission, then ultimately bringing it back to the board May 25th, 2021. And as previously indicated on August 24th, 2021, Supervisor Adams requested that we again look at enforcement of short-term rentals, knowing that there would be some work required to prepare the proper environmental analysis for the short-term rental ordinance. We have gone to the Budget Committee seeking funding for that work, and we will be returning to the board requesting the authorization and appropriation of funds to continue that work as well, once we receive scope of work back in response to the county's RFP. Just to give you a little bit of background, complaints and how they're received and classified. Code enforcement priorities were set by the board in October of 1996, and they include three priorities. Priority one is an immediate threat to the health, safety, or environmental resources. Priority one violations are those activities which will do immediate significant damage to the public's health and safety or to the environment. Examples of such violations include, but are not limited to, housing conditions, where faulty structural or electrical systems exist and present an immediate hazard or violation of conditions of approval, such as noise or traffic mitigations. Environmental issues include, but are not limited to, removal of significant vegetation and grading and erosion control in environmentally sensitive areas. Priority two, potential threat to health and safety or environmental resources, are those violations or actions which have potential to damage to the public's health and safety or to the environment, but to a lesser degree. Violations in this category are essentially the same as priority one, except the damage is neither immediate or significant and would be found to be in priority one. Priority three, minor and technical code violations. Priority three violations are those which do not pose a threat to public's health and safety or to the environment, but which may, if not abated, compromise the purpose of the codes or other violations. Priority three violations also include those activities which are technically code violations but pose no threat to the public health, safety, and welfare or to the environment, and which are so minor that no adverse consequence can be anticipated from activities. In response to these priorities, priority one, staff conducts a site visit, issue a courtesy letter, conduct some research, which includes investigation, and then proceed with abatement. Priority two, we issue a courtesy letter, conduct a site visit, and then proceed through abatement as time allows. Priority three, HCD staff simply issues a courtesy letter and then follows up as time allows. Currently, short-term rental units are listed as a priority three. To give you some aspect of how many code compliance cases we have in the entirety, currently there are 2,351 open code compliance cases. This was as of August 2021. Within HCD, we currently have 4 code compliance officers. And I would like to just mention here with this slide, there's a bunch of numbers included. They might be slightly different from the numbers provided in your staff report. The staff report number of 2,387 is more current, but this gives you a perception of the current workload. And again, these 2,000 cases, that is not short-term rental cases. So if priority one cases, we have a little over 1,000, priority two cases, we have a little over 500, and then priority three, we're up about 750. Currently, the priority three cases, there are 126 short-term rental cases. These are the cases that are reported through host compliance or called in directly to housing and community development. To give you some idea of where these are scattered throughout the county, this map shows the scattering. And I will dive into it a little more closely to give you some aspect region to region. So bear with me one moment. Pull up a different screen. This is the exhibit that you were just viewing. This is countywide. Currently in the Carmel area land use plan, this is the scatter plot showing the approximate locations of those that are currently identified. At this time, this was prepared and submitted in May. So these figures are based on May. The number of vacation rental units, 176. For the Carmel Valley Master Plan, again, this is data from May, 138, and you can see the approximate location of those units throughout the valley. Del Monte Forest, approximately 62. This is the greater Pebble Beach area. Greater Monterey Bay Peninsula, Del Monte Forest, approximately 51. And then this is countywide, summarizing the data, approximately 610. I think we probably have more like 644 as identified previously. Go back to the other presentation. Currently, there are about 20 permitted STRs. Those may be rooms for enumeration or bed and breakfasts, which are currently allowed based on the applicable zoning districts. As mentioned, we have 126 current short-term rental code compliance cases. Those are the ones that have been reported. 644 properties advertising short-term rentals, and we have potentially 400 STRs that are currently paying transient occupancy tax. This is the data again presented in May when the board considered the draft ordinance, showing where those properties are located that are currently paying the transient occupancy tax or TOT. Staff has presented several options. Two of those are included in your staff report. One would be no change. Based on the current discussion, it might be optimum to wait until the ordinance is fully developed and adopted to give some administrative remedy to those that are currently operating without the benefit of permit. Although there has been some current tension, there's been several public correspondence that I'm sure the board has received. Staff has received the same level of correspondence. So there is another option. The board may direct staff to begin implementing enforcement of these short-term rentals by increasing staff time, as well as hiring a third-party vendor to help with the enforcement efforts. And there's two different levels. We can do a fully functioning staff, fully burdened staff, which would include code compliance officers, assistants, county counsel's office, environmental health bureau. And so then we can take an alternative to that, which would be a greater approach from the third-party vendor where they're doing all the investigation, they're doing all the letter writing, which would then lessen the amount of staff time. Or the board could enact a moratorium or a combination thereof. That concludes staff's presentation. If there are any questions, again, I'm here to answer those, as well as Josh Bulling, Melanie Beretti from HCD are online as well. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Eric. A lot of information that you just threw at us. Let's take it to the board for discussion. I see Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, we've all been getting the letters about the lack of enforcement. But what's our time frame, realistic time frame? I know we're working on getting an ordinance and getting it out and getting it to us and having us voting on us, and then it goes wherever it goes in. But what's a realistic time frame, do you think, before it comes back?
I would estimate 1.5 years. In reality, what we need to do is we need to get an RFP out on the streets, receive response to that RFP, ultimately enter into contract. The first step will be to prepare an initial study. That's the evaluation of impacts. Based on that analysis, we'll find out whether there are significant unavoidable impacts that can't be mitigated. If that's the case, then an EIR needs to be prepared. That's the longer duration. If we find out through the initial study that there are impacts that can be mitigated to a level of less than significance, then we can proceed with a mitigated negative declaration. Once that then is fully developed, then we would come back through the planning commission and then ultimately to the board for consideration.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Supervisor Adams.
So you can imagine how I feel about 18 months. So could you please go back to your previous slide that showed the options? Thank you. So if we were to do all of these options except for the very first one, which is no change, and we were to do that as a pilot program in District 5, how quickly could we implement that?
I think we would likely be looking at 3 months. We would need to assess our staff load. What I'd like to do would be to come back with the pilot program for confirmation from the board that that's what it's seeking. It would involve, potentially a new staff person, as well as getting the third-party vendor under contract.
And if we were to use the, say, host compliance that already is being used in our county, we wouldn't have to go out to an RFP or anything like that. We could just simply start using them for an additional part of their service.
Perhaps we need to look at their existing contract and see if there's the provisions to move forward as it's currently drafted. It might need a revision, scope of work, assessment of what their cost will be. They're out to, provide those to us, and we'll have to agree to them. And then ultimately what their role and responsibilities will be in that enforcement effort.
Okay. I'm sure I have more questions after public comment, but thank you for these.
You're welcome.
All right, I don't see any. Supervisor Alejo or Lopez, any comments now? Otherwise, we'll go out to public comment.
I'll wait till after public comment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, fabulous. All right, we do have some folks who have been waiting very patiently here in chambers for public comment. Thank you for your patience. So we'll start with in chambers public comment. And I do have some comment cards here that I think are in order. So we'll start with Chris Walton, followed by John Heil. And just as with our previous public comment this afternoon, I just ask that you help me watch the clock so that I don't have to interrupt anyone. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. First, I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for giving us the time to comment. As you know, for the past 5 years, through various combinations of board members, CVA has reviewed and commented on various drafts of the vacation rental ordinances. Enforcement has been a key issue raised, and we've raised it actually repeatedly to enforce the existing ordinances to prevent the numbers of illegally operated short-term rentals from getting out of hand. However, the policy has continued to keep enforcement at a very low priority. We've brought evidence of the mushroom growth of the rentals and provided the county with examples of ordinances that have been successful. Our worst fears have been realized, and recent studies show the explosive growth of the rentals. If you could enter that chart real quickly that we have on our slideshow. Whoop. I'm going out of town. I'm running out of time. If we can go back a few minutes. All right, well, I can tell you that at least the growth nationally and at various sites documented by Granicus, which is the host compliance, shows a growth of almost 800% over the last, I think, 6 years. In the Carmel Valley alone, since May of 21, our growth in short-term rentals has increased 57% from 133 to 242. So the time to begin enforcement is long overdue. We ask you to please act expeditiously now, follow the recommendations of the grand jury report. The supply of affordable housing has been severely compromised. Residential neighborhoods have been seriously impacted and converted into commercial zones. And by lack of enforcement, the county policy unintentionally has accelerated the hotelization of the Carmel Valley. So we're becoming a hotel venue rather than a residential community. So thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Next up, we have John Heil, followed by Eric Sand.
Hello, thank you for this opportunity to comment. If we could advance 2 slides ahead. The first slide just introduces us. The next slide was Pris's. So we go to the next slide, and then the next one shows her graph, which is from Granicus, and then on to mine. Today, the Board of Supervisors hopefully has come to recognize that they're the conductors of a runaway train in vacation rentals, and bringing them into compliance with the Title 21 codes with the caps on VSUs specified in the Carmel Valley Master Plan is critical and timely. The grand jury recommended active enforcement by the end of this calendar year. Some clear directives can bring that train, that runaway train, into the code compliance station. First, recommendation that the tax collector and HCD continue to cooperate in the use of the third-party host compliance systems already funded by this board while maintaining the current caps and limits on the rental period and the number of occupants in a vacation rental. 2, the HCD land use permit application needs to be streamlined and processed at level 2 priority. Third, HCD and tax collectors should share a new code compliance officer who works solely on vacation rental code compliance. And HCD should restructure the permit fees to discourage commercial exploitation of residential neighborhoods and reduce LLC-run and timeshare home-type rentals. Owner-occupied homestay ones should be easy to get, and commercial ones should cost a lot more and be harder to get. Thank you.
Thank you, John, for your comments today. Next up, we have Eric, followed by Rick.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. I am Eric Sand, resident of the Carmel Valley and also a business owner, a realtor in the Carmel Valley Village. I am seeing firsthand the purchase of residential properties by corporations and individuals for the sole purpose of renting those properties to visitors under the heading of short-term rentals. VRBO has just established an office in the Carmel Valley Village. Next.
Goodness.
Yeah, that slide. Thank you. Realtors are advertising single-family residential properties for purchase by parties for the express purpose of turning them into STRs that can generate substantial profits. I have referenced one such property that contains the following description. Gorgeous, turnkey, income-producing vacation home, professionally managed with over 185,000 in gross bookings in just the first 12 months of operation, 132,000 from September 2020 to August 2021, and 51,000 in bookings for remainder of 2021. Sold, mostly furnished, this home is impeccable and totally dialed in for investor, primary, or secondary residence, unquote. I have discussed this situation with the Monterey County Association of Realtors, and if the current and new owner does not possess an STR use permit advertising this property with a description such as the one above, the realtor violates numerous multiple listing service rules, Monterey County ordinances, and California Association of Realtors laws. I could find nowhere on the county website a link to download an application for an STR under the current ordinance. Who has been granted an STR use permit, nor who has applied for one. There is no accountability. The Carmel Valley Master Plan and Title 21 codes in Monterey County do not allow the Carmel Valley to be turned into one vast hotel. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you for joining us today. Let's see here. So we have, I think Rick is up next. Yep, thank you. Followed by Marianne.
Yes, Chairperson Askew, supervisors. I'd like to thank Eric Lundquist for that wonderful presentation, which was so specific and helpful. I'd like all of us to remember the Title 21, Chapter 64, 280B3, and restrict transient use of property for remuneration, which may be inharmonious with and injurious to the preservation of the character and environment of the various zoning districts in Title 21. I think Mary Adams' idea of a pilot program for Carmel Valley specifically is a terrific idea. Even though Carmel Valley has been particularly hard hit by the growth in unpermitted short-term rentals, the constituents in every district are vulnerable to this insidious commercialization of single-family residential neighborhoods. Please act now. Enforce. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Next up, we have Marianne, followed by Doyle.
Marianne Gawain, lifelong Mid-Valley resident. The surge in short-term rentals in Carmel Valley, promoted by property managers, rental agencies, real estate brokers, and internet sites, is disrupting and commercializing the Valley's residential neighborhoods. It's especially troubling when sophisticated corporate owners maximize visitor occupancy to the point where their properties or clusters of properties are effectively new visitor-serving developments. Carmel Valley residents need enforcement that brings short-term rentals into conformity with Title 21 of the County Code and in line with the letter and spirit of Carmel Valley's master plan. The master plan, approved by the Board of Supervisors as our overarching planning guide, emphasizes the preservation of Carmel Valley's rural character. The master plan provides that, quote, expansion of existing hotels, motels, and lodges should be favored over the development of new projects. It states, quote, visitor accommodation projects must be designed so that they respect the privacy and rural residential character of adjoining properties. In an acknowledgement that guest accommodations are different in character from private residences, the master plan counts bed and breakfasts as visitor accommodation units. Very importantly, it caps VSUs east of Via Mallorca at 110 additional units. Please implement a comprehensive enforcement protocol to relieve our beleaguered neighborhoods while you develop an ordinance that regulates short-term rentals in a manner consistent with Carmel Valley's master plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Marianne. Next up, we have Doyle.
Hello, I'm Doyle Moses. I was invited by the board, the CVA board, to speak to you from the belly of the beast. I own a special event facility in Carmel Valley. Maybe you guys, it's called the Holly Farm. We've been in operation for over 30 years. And I'm going to be a breath of fresh air for you guys. I'm here to compliment the county on an act of enforcement that they actually did many years ago in 2016, which was very, very significant. And that charge was led by Joshua Brolin. And I think the head administrator, Mr. McKee, was probably involved in that case. It was the shutting down of a very significant and infamous facility in Pebble Beach by the name of Woods Hole. It was very significant. It resulted in the fines, multiple fines of this facility from $25,000 to in excess of $100,000. These people knowingly competed unfairly with all the existing facilities out there. By paying the county TOT tax, they were under the assumption that they could be whatever they want. Today, they're going to be a doctor. Tomorrow, they're going to be a lawyer. Next day, they're going to be an Indian chief or whatever they want to be. So they were bringing countless hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of people in there for years. And they were having great celebrations, giving everybody the Monterey County unlimited liability, sending young people that have been hanging out there for multiple days, drinking and drugging, out driving on our little roads around Pebble Beach and Carmel Valley and et cetera. And ultimately, I'm a member of, I'm in a little business guy there, but I'm a member of Monterey County. And if we're hit with an unlimited lawsuit because we're a deep pocket and self-insured, it affects all of us. We're going to end up with more potholes and no libraries. So you can do it, and you have done it. You've proved it, and you went after this operation. It was an operation for many, many, many years. It was infamous, and they paid hundreds of thousands of dollars in TOT tax to the county treasury, and you shut them down. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us today and for your comments, Doyle.
Yes.
I said thank you. Thank you very much for being here with us today. Yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name's Noelle,
and I'm a member of the CVA board. And to summarize the organization's views, short-term rentals have been on the increase, and the Carmel Valley has been particularly impacted, where there's been a staggering increase of 57% in short-term rentals in just the last 4 months. And this is just a deeply disturbing issue for our area on many levels. As one of the most impacted areas of the county, the Carmel Valley must have immediate relief. Enforcement requirements cannot be voluntary. They must become mandatory, and they must become mandatory right away. The county must immediately communicate to all STR operators that no STRs will be allowed to operate without permits, and that all non-permitted STRs must be shut down by the end of the year. The county must then begin fining all non-permitted STRs in January of 2022. We do not have 3 years to wait. Enforcement must become vigorous, and it must be done now. We urge that you allocate a temporary budget now from the estimated $2 million to be collected in the TOT from the presently illegal non-permitted vacation rentals. The county must act now to do what is legally required and what is in the best interests of both our residents and the legitimate hotels. Our residential neighborhoods can wait no longer. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you, Noelle, for joining us and for your comments today. Is there any other public comment? I see we've got Dawn and Gary here with us. Yep.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Supervisors. Gary Curcio, Director of Government Affairs for the Monterey County Hospitality Association. Hospitality's #1 challenge today is workforce development. Without workforce housing, it is impossible to keep our employees in this area. Many of the guest houses and standard 3 and even 2 bath homes that you see in Airbnb today are perfectly suited for long-term housing. In fact, many of them used to be long-term rentals. We all have employees or friends who have been kicked out of their rental homes because the owner wants to use it as a vacation rental. We are, as you all know, in a housing county, and getting short-term rentals under control is the easiest way the board can immediately bring some housing stock back onto the market. We support the county enforcing the rules currently on the books and doing what it takes to get this situation under control. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Dawn Mathis, Director of Environmental and Governmental Affairs for Pebble Beach Company. First, we thank the board today for reconsidering your position on the enforcement of existing short-term rental regulations. We'd also like to thank HCD and code enforcement staff for all of their work to date on this issue. We remain supportive of the county developing new short-term rental regulations. We have offered our input at key milestones over the last 7 years and continue to follow that process closely. With that being said, it's clear today that the new ordinance is not close to being ready for adoption or implementation. Meanwhile, the use of residential homes for unpermitted vacation rentals is increasing substantially. While vacation rentals are increasing, the availability and affordability of long-term housing is at a crisis point in the county. What this tells us is that we need an interim enforcement solution. We understand staff time is limited, and the county needs enforcement that is efficient and can be used to inform the development of the new regulations. Sorry, my glasses are fogging up. To that end, we support a pilot enforcement program in the land use areas where the bulk of the problems are. And like in our neighboring jurisdictions, we recommend the county rely as much as possible on innovation, contractors, and technology to enforce the current regulations. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, for your time today.
Thank you all for being here with us. Is there any other in-chambers comments that I've missed? All right, we're going to move to our online comments, and we have a few hands raised. We're going to start with Kim, followed by Rick.
Hello, supervisors. This is Kim Stemler from the Monterey County Vintners and Growers Association. Thank you for your ongoing diligence in this. We totally support creating new short-term rental regulations and the enforcement of any existing regulations. And in prioritizing the completion of the short-term rental ordinance, I wonder if it would be wise to differentiate between regions. Clearly, the peninsula and Carmel Valley have a lot of places that are already existing that guests can stay, but the southern Salinas Valley does not. The winery corridor does not. So we want to make sure that there are continued opportunities along the winery corridor and in South County in general for short-term rentals to continue to grow, really. And that is it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, Kim. Next up, we have Rick. Thanks for joining us, Rick.
Thank you very much, Chair and supervisors. Workforce housing has become a bigger challenge than ever in Big Sur. I'm sorry, this is Rick Aldinger. I am the chair of the MCHA Government Affairs Committee and the general manager of the Big Sur River Inn. As I said, workforce housing is a bigger challenge than ever, particularly in Big Sur. There are many factors contributing to the current difficulties in recruiting and retaining staff, but the fact that our employees are finding it necessary to commute from farther and farther away simply cannot be ignored. Available housing, regardless of price, is harder to find each year. And it's no secret that properties being converted to short-term rentals take precious housing off the market, exacerbating this situation. I'm impressed with some very compelling public comment we've heard today. And while the estimated time for implementation is a bit disappointing, it seems like a pilot program for District 5 introduced here today is a great idea, and the Big Sur planning area should be included in that program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rick, for your comments today. Next up, we have Janine. Thanks for joining us.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and board members. This is Janine Chigrat, Chair of the Monterey County Hospitality Association. I mean, obviously, this is a complex issue, and given the diversity of our county, it truly does deserve to be studied at length. This is not a one-size-fits-all decision for our county due to its vast diversity. The reality is that the impacts to our housing market is real and our biggest concern. And sadly, we're not in a position to solve the housing crisis anytime soon. We just got to solve that water one first. You've got an opportunity to help in the short term by implementing a pilot program for enforcement in the densely populated vacation rental areas that have actually been well defined today by Carmel Valley, but there are other areas that need to be looked at. I also wanted to point out that on September 24th, the governor signed SB 60, which is a residential short-term rental ordinance that has increased fines substantially for short-term rentals. I'm sure county council's on it, but you all might want to take a look at SB 60 because there's opportunities to increase fines if you choose to go down the path of enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you, Janine. Let's see here. I don't see any other hands raised on Zoom, and I don't see anyone else in chambers. So I'm going to go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to this board for discussion. I had a couple questions. I don't see anyone jumping in, so I'll throw my questions into the mix. I do think that this issue of workforce housing and the impact of short-term rentals on housing in a community has been a challenge that we've seen here locally, but we've also seen it across the state and, you know, in many other locations as well. It's been fairly well documented. And given the extreme housing challenges that our workforce does face currently, I do think that there is an opportunity for us to protect some of the housing in our community, the limited housing in our community for workers who are working in our community. So I appreciate that we've got a process in place where we're moving forward with an ordinance. I I can only imagine the frustration that you must feel, Supervisor Adams, with the way that this is impacting your residents and your constituents, and with the length of time that it's taken to move this forward. And hearing that it's a full 18 months out before we get to where we may be, we might have something more something clearer to allow for enforcement. I think that if there is an option of a pilot program, that is something that I would be that can move forward much at a much faster rate of speed. To allow for enforcement. I mean, to hear that we have only 20 permitted STRs out of a total 644 that are advertising in our jurisdiction, and that only, what is that, 2/3 of those are actually paying TOT. It seems to me that there's some quite a bit of revenue that's being left on the table, as well as a lack of any ability for communities to have any control over what's happening in their neighborhoods. So I don't know, Erica, if you're prepared to share a little bit more about what a pilot would look like and what kind of direction we can give today. The other question that I had was if there was any more information you can provide to us about the host compliance option, the working with the folks that are doing this. I understand they're also doing code enforcement in some of our neighboring cities. So they have a program that should be fairly turnkey, I'm assuming. Can you help me understand more about what that might look like?
Yeah, I think in short, it boils down to a letter writing campaign. It's writing the first notice, and is the first notice cease and desist, or is it a friendly reminder that vacation rentals are unauthorized and you're operating without the benefit of a permit, and then giving them the opportunity to cease. So if we were to hash out the pilot program here, I'm certainly willing to do that. Or what I might suggest is that I come back, fully articulate what staff suggestion is for the pilot program. And it would include the third-party vendor host compliance. I would get some information from them, just detailing their roles and responsibilities, what they can offer to the county, similar to what they're doing in some of the surrounding jurisdictions. And again, it's a matter of being on the timelines, making sure that when we say that they must comply in 30 days, that we're checking that they've complied in 30 days and then it doesn't slip. And then 60 days, we're having to start that process over again. And then we have to talk about what the penalties are. Are these civil penalties? Are they administrative citations? What is the abatement effort that we're going to, are we doing settlement agreements where they are stipulating that they cannot operate anymore until in perpetuity, or until such time that they receive the proper entitlement? Because some properties will be able to be entitled, others won't be eligible for receiving a land use permit. So that would be my suggestion, is that I've come back knowing that the board, if that is the case, that the board is interested, come back in relatively short order with a fully developed pilot program.
Okay, and so I know that for the full ordinance, we're pursuing some environmental assessments. Does a pilot program also require something on a smaller scale to proceed?
No, currently, if the property is operating without the benefit of a permit, it is in violation of the code, and we may proceed forward with the tools of enforcement, which are some of the things I just mentioned. If it was that the board was saying, create some interim permitting authority, then that would require the environmental review, and we'd have to come back with, further details of what that looks like. And I would just remind the board, again, we do have a couple different opportunities for folks to seek permits, and those were the 26. We have the bed and breakfast opportunity. We also have the room for enumeration, which folks can apply for, but it does become a little bit challenging because it is not the trend that we see with the short-term rentals. It requires a longer stay. And so that's not optimum for a lot of those folks that just want a weekend place where they can rent out for a week. And it's longer than 70 days, less than 30.
Okay.
So, does that answer?
Yeah, no, I think it does. And the area that we would be talking about to ask for a pilot project would be the Carmel Valley area specifically, or some larger,
Well, I would,
the entirety of District 5?
yeah, I would seek your direction on, it's a policy decision that the board would need to direct staff to come back with. We could look at the Carmel Valley Master Plan area. We could look at in District 5 in its entirety, Big Sur, Highlands, we could, a combination of all those. But again, I look to the board for that direction.
Okay,
We
Yep.
also have a great opportunity. We have, just to plug some recent recruitments too, we have a vacant code compliance 2 position that we're going out for recruitment. So it's a great opportunity for us if the board decides to want to set a position dedicated to enforcement. We can get an eligible list and then begin to fill that position should we receive that direction. So it's good timing in that regard.
Okay, great. I think this is helpful, and I think the pilot project is a sort of a newer concept that we hadn't really considered as a way to move us faster towards some sort of enforcement for at least the communities that are most severely impacted. And I think the other piece of it, that if we were to talk about a pilot project, I do think looking at if there's any way to measure the impact on workforce housing, I think that's something that I would want to have my eyes on. The other thing that I'm watching closely is just the increasing number of vacant homes in Monterey County. We have 14,000 vacant homes currently just sitting vacant, not being used as long-term rentals, but second homes or vacation homes. And so I would be curious to see if we do start enforcement when we have, 600 properties being advertised as short-term rentals. Are those properties that fall back into the housing market for long-term rentals, or are they properties that end up sitting vacant so that someone can use them when and how they want? So just in curiosity, and it just seems like so many properties sitting vacant also doesn't help our local housing and workforce housing stock. So Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't share the concerns of Supervisor Adams. If we were going to get to an ordinance in 3 months or 4 months, I could see holding off on anything like this. But Eric says a year and a half. It may well be 2 years before we get there, and it seems like the problem is escalating. And the other concern is the longer people are allowed to operate without a permit, it seems to embolden them a little bit. And also, when you look at this, we kind of have an idea of the direction we're going with the ordinance, and we provided direction there. And some of these short-term rentals are never going to be able to come in compliance with the new ordinance that we're looking at on it. So, I'm assuming there's no problem with us looking at a certain district as a pilot project and not the other ones. But I have some short-term rentals in my area, and some of them are ones that when the people, Monterey Dunes, for example, when they bought their places, everybody knew that they were going to be partly short-term rentals. But everybody does know too that the big problem is in District 5, Carmel Valley, Big Sur, and other area, Pebble Beach too, on it. So I would, and I do think though, if we're going to do it, it might be most expeditious to use host compliance. I know they're doing that in Carmel, and they're doing enforcement as well as the other one. So I would be supportive of moving in some direction that way.
And Supervisor Phillips, did you have do you think the full District 5 as a pilot project would be something you could be supportive of?
Yeah, I'm good with that. If it was my district and I had this many people yelling, screaming at me, I'd be doing that too. So.
All right, and Eric, again, can you explain how long would it be before you would be able to bring back a pilot program recommendation? And then how long would it be to onboard the vendors and all of how long before something could reasonably be up and running?
I knew you were going to ask that question. And I think reasonably we can get back in November. I know that there's some cancellations in November. So I think we were looking at, there's a meeting on the 16th, if I'm not mistaken. So we'd look at that particular date. And I think what Supervisor Phillips may have just been alluding to would be maybe to prioritize, those that are not eligible, looking at those first. Perhaps those 126 where we've received neighborhood complaints because they are on our radar, they have received a courtesy notice. So we look at those two groups and then maybe put of the priority threes, put the priority threes that we aren't currently being actively enforced on as a sort of a lesser effort. But again, that's something ultimately I'll bring back for consideration in November and seek further direction from the board. But that's kind of my thinking in the direction that I'd be heading, unless there's some thoughts on that now from the board.
All right, Supervisor Lopez or Alejo, any thoughts to add to the conversation?
For sure.
Go for it, Alejo.
Go for it. Go, Silo.
Okay, I'll just say I wholeheartedly support the idea of a pilot project. I think the question of the region is something I'd look to staff to come back with, just in terms of what's easier planning areas, or a district, just in terms of lines, knowing that sometimes district lines can split communities. But again, something that I can support, understanding that the longer term work that still needs to happen, especially to address my concerns, to be frank, in the Salinas Valley, might take us a little longer. So again, I'm supportive of a concept like this and look forward to seeing what staff can bring back.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I was just going to ask staff about what's the price tag, where would we get the money from? I'm open to it as well. And obviously, as Supervisor Phillips pointed out, I'd like to deal with this all comprehensively with an ordinance that I've been waiting for the last 5 years as a county supervisor to get to us. And even despite my previous referral and efforts, most recently, I thought it was going to come back to us soon, but now because of CEQA issues, it's now they're saying a year and a half. There has to be a quicker way to get an ordinance done in one county. And we've been at this for quite some time. So it is frustrating, but with a comprehensive program, then we could figure out are we going to put a cap on homes that are being utilized as short-term rentals, the fees that are being collected from them, because then once we got revenue coming in, certainly it's better to make that part of the program, just like we did in cannabis. We know how much we're getting to put into our assignment account. We know exactly how much we're spending towards enforcement. And even the enforcement budgets have changed because our staff have learned over the years what more is needed or what needs to be changed in their budget augmentations. And so we made those modifications comprehensively in the cannabis program. And so similarly with the a short-term rentals ordinance, we would be able to more comprehensively be able to tackle enforcement once we got an ordinance in place. And I remember, and I shared this with some of the community members, that I remember speaking to a former supervisor in Santa Cruz, John Leopold, where they went through a very long process. I think theirs was actually done much quicker than ours, but a lot of the complaints and problems they had once they had an enforcement program from that conversation seem to have declined significantly today, and they're collecting their TOT, and complaints have decreased. I expect something similar would happen if we could just kind of be able to get to the point where we have an ordinance and an enforcement mechanism and a budget to actually look at and not take from other scarce county resources. So I hope that's where we get. But so the question for staff is how much would a program cost on a pilot basis, as we're talking about, and where would the money come from, considering that we've already utilized most of our contingencies and we're only in October?
Chair, ask you if I may. There's a couple questions there and I also heard it from Supervisor Phillips about an ordinance. We may not need an ordinance to go forward with enforcement. We would look to actually not in order to streamline the pilot program. We already have mechanisms in our code for enforcement for those that are conducting land uses without the benefit of permit. So we would look to those tools first before we develop an ordinance. Ultimately, we need an ordinance in order to provide processes to seek approval of a short-term rental because the code currently doesn't provide that opportunity. To answer the question about costs, we've detailed in the staff report that our suggestion with a fully burdened code enforcement program focused strictly on short-term rentals would involve a senior code compliance officer, $153,000, a code compliance inspector, $133,000, an office assistant, $80,000, a health inspector. That may or may not be necessary. This was a component of the ordinance, as you might recall from your discussions this past May about making sure that the sewer capacities and the well capacities were adequate. So that might be reduced. And then the deputy county counsel's office, depending on each particular violation, they would assist us with in that enforcement effort. I think we can reduce the office assistant cost provided that we have a third party. So there might be some give and take there. But again, a lot of the enforcement includes a very regimented letter writing campaign. We must stay on top of it or we lose ground and then have to start over. So we do need that office support if it's not coming through the third party. So those are the costs for staff time. Realizing that the budget was just adopted in July, I suspect if you were to ask the budget office, they would say that those discretionary funds from transient occupancy tax have been allocated. We might need to study through the budget committee whether we'd have an increase in taxes from July till now to see if there are some available funds. And that we don't know the answer to that question yet until we go through, but it was suggested that in the staff report that that's where the funds come from to support the enforcement program.
So we do though know how much we are collecting on TOT from short-term rentals from those that are the 2/3 that are paying their taxes. So certainly there's a direct nexus with that revenue that's coming into the county coffers that we should use some of it for enforcing the rules. And then certainly with the 1/3 that is not paying their fair share, that certainly creates an unlevel business practice and unlevel playing field in the market. And we should certainly be using some resources to go after those who aren't paying so that we can actually have an increase in revenue from the third that are not currently paying. But I do know it's complex. At some point we got to address the housing crunch issues, whether there certainly needs to be put a cap on the number of permitted the short-term rentals. But that's a question not for today, but for another day. But certainly I'm looking to make sure that we're utilizing money that's coming in from this industry to be able to help pay for the regulation and oversight and enforcement of it as well. So, but I'm supportive to move forward to address a lot of the needs and concerns that are real coming from the community.
Yes, through the chair, Supervisor Alejo, you reminded me, we also will be seeking through these enforcement efforts, penalties and fines. So not only transient occupancy tax, but there will be some fines coming in as a result of that enforcement effort that will help support in return that staff time.
Definitely. That's good to hear. And I'm glad that's part of the plan because then they could offset some of that cost as well. Because it does sound like it's from $500,000 to about $600,000 conservatively speaking, it sounds like. Thanks.
Yes.
Madam Chair, and I would be hopeful, I had my referral about noise ordinance and trying to look at a direction there, and these positions might be able to be utilized also for a beefed up enforcement on the noise ordinance that we're seeking too. So
yes, there's definitely some overlap between the issues.
Would you like to make a motion?
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to make a couple of comments and then I'll make a motion to move forward. First, I want to just thank all of the people who have come out in person, including you, Eric, to come in and talk to us today and express, boots on the ground experiences with what we've been dealing with short-term rentals, primarily in the 5th District. So I thank you all so much for doing that. I could go on and on and on, but thank God most of the things that I have prepared to say have already been said, and I'm very thankful for that. I've had some great conversations with Eric, and I think that we're definitely on the same page with how to move forward. I would not have been happy if you had told me that you would not be getting back to us in a short period of time. I was writing down October 20th, but you're saying November 16th. And if I know that that's a firm date, and I know you are a man of your word, that you'll be back with us with the pilot program on November 16th, because I'm hoping that we can have this implemented by January 1, so that we can really start getting the work done, so that people will finally have some relief from what they've been living with and dealing with for these past 7 years. But it has gotten so much worse in the last 8 months, truthfully, that it's untenable. And I'm very thankful that my colleagues see this same situation and understand it without doubt. It's already been said, as you and I had spoken, Eric, about the TOT being the primary source of funding, just as we've done in the cannabis account. I think that's going to work out well. And I'm just very, very thankful that we're able to move forward with this. So I would like to make a motion then that my recommendation is for staff to return on November 16th with the plan to implement a pilot enforcement program in District 5, utilizing the same third-party administrator used by the treasurer tax collector, and use the short-term rental TOT funding to fund the enforcement unit that needs to be formed.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Supervisor Adams, and we got that. You got that down, all the details there? Okay, perfect.
Oh, I'll give him many more afterwards.
A second from Supervisor Phillips, and we were just pulling up the advanced agenda. Do you think we can? Okay, we just pulled up the advanced agenda for November 16th. I asked Charles McKee what we're going to pull, what we're going to drop off, so that there's room. Our agendas have been so full. As I know everyone knows. So he's going to make it happen for us. I've got the commitment here. So give that back to you, Valerie. Thank you for the.
I will make the presentation very brief on the 16th.
Okay. And with that, we'll take a roll call vote. Thank you.
Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Adams.
Thankfully, aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root askew.
Aye. All right, motion carries. And again, thank you to everyone for spending the day with us and being a part of a Democracy in Action. So with that, we will continue on. We have item number 13, which is also Charles McKee. So pass it back to you, Charles.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity again, Madam Chair, to report back on a referral. This one is board referral number 2021.16 to seeking to combat health misinformation and curb the spread of falsehoods that threaten the health and safety of our residents and visitors. I think many people are aware of the many falsehoods that are out there, the misinformation that occurs on a daily basis on a variety of subjects, but especially surrounding COVID-19. And Elsie Jimenez, the Director of Health, has submitted a preliminary analysis, and that analysis of the referral, and that analysis is included in your agenda packet today. And if the board is supportive of going forward, as she outlines in that referral analysis, we will just do that. Otherwise, the board could provide additional direction or comments today if there's any modification that you'd so desire. And Ms. Jimenez is also available to help. I would note that this is obviously a big topic, something that is worldwide, if not universal wide. So I did hear recently that YouTube in particular is trying to combat misinformation, is taking down false YouTube clips, and so hopefully that's something that the tech industry can lead on, because we know that that's the big platform platform for misinformation is obviously the social media and those kinds of outlets. So what I would say is that it's obviously a big challenge for us here to take on, but we do have a lot of resources that we're already committing to putting out as far as positive information, accurate information surrounding coronavirus, COVID-19, and we would continue to on those efforts. So with that said, again, I would just, if the board's ready to continue on with the way that Ms. Jimenez has outlined it, we can do that. If you want to make any changes, please give us that direction today.
Great, thank you. I also did, I see Supervisor Alejo, this was your referral, so we'll we'll let you get started. We'll let you get us started. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I know certainly I support what Ms. Jimenez's memo and really helping us look at what we're already doing. And even in my original referral, already referred that we're already doing a lot of good work. Certainly as one of the few counties that has a VITA type of a program, I think that the results are speaking for themselves, but I hope that our county through this referral will be one of those counties that really embraces the issue of tackling misinformation, because it is a pervasive problem. It is a global issue, and it is putting people's lives at risk. It's recognized in this report by the U.S. Surgeon General, who commended local counties who have tackled this on, who have followed his recommendations. Although the recommendations in here are very general, I think there's more that we could really look to target our local communities. The same was recognized by the CDC director also, who said that misinformation is a public health crisis in our nation. So from our top leaders in health have said that this is an issue. And certainly as we're about to embark into a period now in California where student vaccinations are going to be mandatory, I think it even presents more of a reason why we need to be ahead of the game and be one of those counties that is going to try to put out good information early on and not wait until misinformation is circulating on social media or in the news or through other avenues that will really help people, I think, make not good decisions for themselves and their families. Just in the Surgeon General's report, he pointed to different studies, but he highlights them in here that says that there was a study that said even a brief exposure to COVID-19 vaccine misinformation made people less likely to want to get a vaccination. And it also certainly the misinformation has led to harassment and violence against health workers, health professionals, airline staff, and other frontline workers. So just in terms of the safety of our employees, that is also a real struggle. Just one last study that he also pointed out here. It says that one study found that false news stories were 70% more likely to be shared on social media than true stories. So for these reasons, this is what the research is showing us, that we just got to be a little bit more proactive. And so only one suggestion I would give to Elsa is certainly to look at what San Diego, who was the first county, Supervisor Nathan Fletcher kind of led on this issue from a county perspective, but their CAO and their health team has really embraced this, trying to tackle this, and they're really going to try to look at what else they could be doing. And so certainly a conversation with them might give us some better ideas. Certainly there's been attention also on misinformation in the Spanish language media has been another issue. And I know VITA has done a lot of great work one-on-one with residents and reaching out to neighborhoods and going to storefronts. But I just know, like on social media, for example, I just looked last night, they put out a lot of good information in Spanish and English, but when you have a very limited following, it's very few people watch, being able to view your social media postings on Twitter, 131 followers, Facebook, 221 followers, Instagram, 347 followers. So there isn't a lot of people in their social media universe that are actually being hit with their posting. So I think even in programs like VITA, I think that we did not give them a budget to be able to do the paid ads on a regular basis on key issues. And so that's like another suggestion that with their information, we need a broader reach, but it's not going to just happen by whoever is just following them on their social media forms. I don't have WhatsApp, but I'm sure it's not much larger than that. But for me, those were like the Spanish language focus also, and utilizing social media better in light of that. We're going to be taking on some big additional issues such as student vaccination in the coming months, I think this is the right time for us to be able to put some additional ideas forward of how we could be ahead of getting accurate information out for the benefit and the health and the well-being of our county residents. But I'll pass it to Ms. Jimenez. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Charles and Supervisor Alejo. As indicated in our preliminary analysis as stressed by you, Supervisor Alejo, fortunately, the county already has a lot of strategies underway that are really helping to lead with correct information so that our public can make informed decisions with respect to when to get tested, about getting vaccinated, what to do to protect themselves, their family members, and their community. There are a few other areas that I think we need to more intentionally look at, as you mentioned. You know, how do we assure that we can effectively send out messages and through social media, because those are the platforms that many of our residents are accessing their information, and really the platforms that are being utilized to really spread misinformation as well. You asked about our WhatsApp. We have about 100 individuals that are actively engaged on our WhatsApp COVID-19 page. And so that is another area that we know has been really instrumental in responding directly to our Spanish-speaking residents with respect to COVID, and also providing them the information that they need. I have reached out to San Diego, my counterpart in San Diego, and they are in a similar situation as us, as looking at the resolution and helping to identify what strategies need to be implemented to further their efforts as well. So we will continue to have a discussion with them. As noted in the referral, we'll continue to review what we're doing, identify some of the gaps and other opportunities. And if we do need additional resources, we will come back before your board seeking those in November. But if we feel we have sufficient resources available and staffing capacity to be able to further advance some of the strategies underway, you will expect to see us back in January with the status update.
Thank you, Ms. Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you to Supervisor Leo and Elsa Jimenez, our health director. I think to build off of what both of them were saying, there's a big component, obviously, of the communications group here at the county to helping combat this misinformation, and so to help provide more tools. The board has recently approved the creation of two new positions. One is a media analyst position, and the other is communications director position. And I think both of those folks, as we're getting close to hiring for those two positions, they will be great resources to help the health department and the CAO's office in responding to this referral. I think it should be right in the wheelhouse of those two new people.
You took the words right out of my mouth, Charles. Thank you, Supervisor Alejo, for raising the issue. I appreciated the chance to read through the Surgeon General's advisory on building a healthy information environment. I was really pleased to see that there really are so many things that we are doing well, as verified by seeing it written in this document. I think the VITA program, again, I can't thank my colleagues on this board enough for investing in that early, allowing us to get out into the community. I know my district and my residents, my constituents have benefited immensely from that investment. The contract that we have with TMD that we use some of our COVID dollars to do like very aggressive outreach campaigns. The work that Supervisor Lopez started and that I was able to join him in this year with the ad hoc committee on communication, the weekly media briefings that we've got our health folks at. I know there's so much more happening. You didn't mention, Charles, but it's the bilingual media specialist position. So the commitment to ensure that our communication is being accurately disseminated in both English and Spanish in social media and in traditional media. I think there's so many good pieces that are in action, both this past year and moving forward. So thank you for bringing this forward, and I don't think there was any action required today.
Only if you want to make changes.
Okay, yep, I don't, any other comments on this? Otherwise we can move on to whatever comes next on the agenda. All right, so we will receive this report. Thank you. I'm sorry, I do need to go to public comment. I apologize. I tried to skip that. Let me go to public comment. We have a couple of hands raised. We'll start with the phone number ending in 902, followed by Carol. Thank you for joining us. We have 1:30 on the clock.
My name is Nina Beatty. Supervisors, misinformation is a straw man. You challenge science and constitutionally protected free speech to advance a ministry of truth and censorship. The British Medical Journal showed vaccine development protocols only targeted minor symptoms, not increased immunity, not decreased hospitalization or decreased death. Many vaccinated people are getting COVID. The claim that vaccines are effective or protective is misinformation. Spike protein mRNA injected into a highly vascular site is carried throughout the body. Spike proteins alone cause serious COVID, according to research. As of September 24th, CDC VAERS reports 7,215 deaths and 45,952 serious injuries following mRNA vaccination. Actual deaths could be over 700,000 people due to known underreporting. Medicare data shows that most of COVID hospitalizations are among the vaccinated, and the greatest risk is to Native Americans, Hispanic, and African Americans, as I warned you this year. The claim that vaccines are safe for the unvaccinated or driving hospitalizations is misinformation. Medical facilities don't treat COVID with ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine. Well-studied, inexpensive, and found to be safe and effective by physicians. The policy creates an ongoing epidemic and makes people die. RT-PCR testing has high false positives and is misinformation. Misinformation is from health authorities and government officials. Don't shut out and shut down science, data, physicians, researchers, and facts. Halt vaccination now and treat patients now.
Next up, we have a phone number ending in 902. I'm sorry. Let's see here. Next up, we have Carol, followed by Carlton.
What I'm doing. Can you hear me?
Thank you for joining us. We've got you on the line.
Okay, thank you. Thousands of reputable, credentialed doctors and scientists are opposing the government's policies of masks, lockdowns, and vaccinations. Many of these people have put themselves in harm's way to stand up for the truth. Many have already lost their jobs. Some, like Dr. Mercola, have had their lives threatened. Judy Mikovits was put in jail by our government because she exposed Fauci in regard to the HIV virus. The president of Tanzania, John Magufuli, who proved that the PCR test was unreliable and refused to follow the global lockdown, was found dead after being missing for 2 weeks. Who is more credible? Independent researchers who have nothing to gain and everything to lose by speaking out, or people like Fauci, who has a major financial interest in Moderna? All good journalists say, if you want to know the truth, follow the money trail. Who's making money from COVID-19? Look at the recent quarterly income of the pharmaceutical companies, and look at the study that Pfizer did, which proved that vaccinated people can infect non-vaccinated people. And see how long this vaccine and this pandemic have been in the planning stages. If you haven't yet read the email I sent you with proof that our government has been lying to us about many aspects of COVID, please read it before you vote on this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carol. Next up, we have Carlton. Carlton, we're not hearing. I see that you've unmuted. We've got 1:30 on the clock for you. All right, it looks like we may be having some technical difficulties getting Carlton on the line. As always, I encourage anyone who has communication that they'd like to share with the board to email us directly at cob@co.monterey.ca.us. One last call for Carlton. We are not getting any audio. All right.
Can you hear me?
Okay, I think we're gonna have to cut. I'm sorry that we're not. The audio is not appearing to work right now. So we are going to. My apologies. We do welcome everyone in chambers as well. We are going to close public comment and bring it back to the board for action, although there is no action, we're receiving report. So we will receive the report and move on to item number, because we don't have an item number, but board comments today, and we'll start with Supervisor Alejo.
Sorry, you caught me off guard. I'll come back.
Okay, we'll do, let's see here, we'll go to District 2. So how about Supervisor Phillips?
I pass.
All right, Supervisor Lopez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You might hear some music in the background. I've had to wander towards my next event, but I want to thank everybody who made last week's event in Monterey possible. That was the RCRC annual retreat. It was an amazing conference. I just thank everybody for coming out, participating, and being part of our recovery from the last 2 years of wildfires and COVID. Just thankful actually to also be able to share that right now I'm headed towards a ribbon cutting for a brand new facility at Greenfield High School funded by local taxpayers. So I want to acknowledge the investments in our children during these difficult times and just look forward to continuing to collaborate with our local school districts and with our partners throughout the state as we look at what's coming ahead of us in the future year in terms of COVID recovery, in terms of making sure that our children are supported. And with that, I'll wrap my comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, we'll circle back to you, Supervisor Alejo. You ready yet?
Yes, ma'am. I'll be short. I just wanted to just bring up the issue of our veteran cemetery. I was able to attend one of the first in-person burials at the cemetery last Friday for a family friend, a former Special Forces veteran, lifelong veteran, both in the National Guard and in the United States Army. But there's an issue that we're going to be working through, hopefully resolving, just in terms of there being short staffing for the person burials, which is making hard to arrange ceremonies for family members and you know, the veteran that had planned to be buried at this special place. So I hope that hopefully we could work things out. Otherwise, we'll try to bring something to the board to help try to resolve those issues there, because it's becoming a real one in terms of families just being able to place their loved ones to rest in this beautiful cemetery. I just seen the ceremony take place there, and the military honors that were given to veterans really meant a lot to the families. And so I think it's meeting its intent, but now we're facing staffing challenges to get these services done for the families. Anyways, so I wanted to just raise that as an issue, but just wanted to mention Gregory Gonzalez, who passed away from Watsonville, who was buried there last Friday. My condolences to him and his family. That's all for today. Thank you.
Right, thank you. I wanted to just say happy Teachers Day. Thank you to all of our Monterey County teachers for working so hard these past 2 years. Thank you for inspiring and uplifting our students, for giving them all the opportunity that they need to be successful in this world. We see you and we appreciate the work that you're doing. I will be joined tomorrow night by Hillary Thayer from our Monterey County Public Libraries for our 5:30 online Wednesday with Wendy. We welcome you to join us. We'll be talking about all of the work that our county libraries do. We'll be live streaming on Facebook or on Zoom, and I look forward to seeing everyone join us there. Those are my comments for today. And I had a great time. Supervisor Lopez at RCRC met a ton of people, and it was so wonderful just to be able to welcome Open Monterey County as a host location for conferences. So great to see so many folks and excited to come back and visit us again.
I too had a terrific time at RCRC. It was just really, really wonderful. And I thank you and Supervisor Lopez for your kindness. This past week, I was able to represent TAMC and Monterey County during the first Federal Legislative Advocacy Day with the Central Coast Coalition. And we had representatives from all 5 of the counties who were part of it, meeting by Zoom with our representatives in Washington to discuss transportation items of regional importance. And my part was focusing on the Highway 101 south of Salinas Safety Improvement Project. So it was really pretty exciting. I also just want to say that for all of those departments and staff that are participating in the countywide Going for Gold walking challenge, keep up the great work. I understand that the teams called the record keepers, probation, and the child support departments are all leading the charts now. I must say that my policy analyst, Colleen Courtney, who is very much engaged in the whole walking program, is getting a lot of steps in as we speak because she is hiking Half Dome at this moment. I expect her to be down in about another half hour, but she won this in a raffle, in a lottery essentially, and was able to do it. And then I just have one last thing that I wanted to say, and that is, I just wanted to say this. Today is a birthday, I wonder for whom. I know it's for someone who's right in this room. So look all around you for somebody who is smiling and laughing. My goodness, it's you. Happy birthday, Charles, from all of us to you. Happy birthday, Charles. May all of your good dreams come true. We congratulate you and pray good luck follows you. Happy birthday, Charles. May all of your good dreams come true. And now, if you will join me, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Charles. Happy birthday to you.
Oh, that was wonderful. Thank you, Supervisor Adams. I'm glad you didn't ask Supervisor Phillips to do the singing on his own. That was good. Thank you. That was great. Thank you very much. Very much appreciated.
All right. With that, do we have any readout from closed session for either the Board of Supervisors or the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency today?
Nothing to report today, Chair.
And we don't have to go back, do we?
That is correct. We do not have to go back.
Thank you. All right. And we're going to postpone, we do have an adjournment in memory that we will postpone until next week when we have, okay, perfect. Thank you very much. We will see you again next week. We'll do it all again. All right. Thank you.